Let's see. Everything's good? Yeah. Hello, everybody. Red, I forgot you changed your name. Oh, hi. The ranking thing, you guys noticed the stream XP or whatever thing is actually working now. This is the first time it's actually working. I didn't do anything. It was just, I don't know, it just took a while for it to apply to my streams, I guess. You're 6K but facing people near 3K. Yeah, no. I mean, the matchmaking... If it's based on leagues, then the matchmaking in the new mode is going to be not good. Because it is very much going to generalize a lot of things that should not be generalized. And that was my main concern that I expressed in the video that I made. But I guess people didn't really take my word for it. Anyway. Let's go with this. I mean, this is a 2v2, so Revokers are going to be good. I don't think Quantum Gun's going to be good. Stormrack. I want Aegis, but I don't think I want Stormrack Aegis. That seems kind of dumb. Pod Gun Orion would be good, but it might be best to do that with something else. Okay, let's go with this first and foremost. Stormrack Lancer, I think, is a bit of a no-brainer. We could put the Vipers on Aegis. Panther is a mech that I got recently, but I don't think I'm going to use it. And the reason I don't think I'm going to use it... Excuse me. I want the... that there. Oops. Oh, that's right, I got this duration of plan. That's nice. The reason I'm not going to use Panther is because it's really bad in close quarters situations, and most 2v2 maps are close quarters. Zephyr's really good, though, so I will use it. Probably with Revoker. You might notice I'm actually pretty close to getting Revoker 10 as well, which is nice. I think there's a... Wait a second, no, I passed it up. Where is it? Oh, it's on this, that's why. I'm not gonna do that. I might keep the Redeemer... Wow, I also might swap it for Guardian. Yeah, don't spam, please. You will be timed out, and I will not read your message. Because it's very rude. Whiz Blue, that's red. He changed his name for I don't know what reason. I'm gonna put my epic duration on you. And then I'll keep that, and I'll keep that, and I'll probably do Pod Gun on you. But then what the heck do I put on Redeemer? That's the question. I don't even know. What do I even have? Like, minigun, definitely not. Minigun would be an awful idea. I could do like Cryo Launcher 6 and 10, but I just do Ember Gun. Not because I think it'll be great, but just because it's like, it's better than nothing. Probably better than Cryo Launcher, theoretically. Yeah, see, here's the problem. It's like, my base SP, my regular squad power is 4,000. And I'm already in League 2 in this, meaning that I'm going to get people with 15 to 23 stars. How many stars do I have? And how does it count the stars that I have? I wonder. Because it doesn't tell me how many I have. Right? Yeah. So I'm assuming it's just going by mechs, right? So that's 6, it's 10, 14, 18... 22. If that's the way that they do it, then that is awful, dude. 24 plus? 24 plus, really? So you could be in League 1 just having 4 rank 6 mechs, which I guess is probably the reason they did it, is because they don't want people to drop and get easier leagues just by using 1 less mech. But then, like, just make it so it requires 5 mechs. I don't know. But you're going to have people with maxed out mechs, with 5 maxed out mechs, with 30 stars, in the same league as people who have 5 mechs that are all rank 5, and it's literally 0 maxed mechs. Right? So you'd have a significant disadvantage. The people who have rank 5 mechs also can't use mods. I mean, as long as you're a somewhat newer player. So yeah, I don't know, man. I will say, though, I am a little bit glad to see that I'm in League 2, because that gives me a chance at getting some of these elite mod parts, and I do want those. Let's go. You can't invite friends. It's unfortunate. I guess you just have to time drop people. It would be cool if they did that. I'll probably suggest that to them. I wasn't sure how it worked. I guess. Oh wait, auto-selected. Yeah, I was indecisive. That's fair. Haha! This guy's good. Okay, the Ember Gun Surge is sort of scary, but this Javelin Rank Lancer, dude. What in the world is bro doing? Goodbye! Mess him up, brother. He's cooked. Good job. Oh, I forgot that there was not more than... Like, it's just Dunzo. They're Dunzo as soon as... Sure, I'll back you up with EMP, buddy. Ta! Oh, Puma. My G has a Puma. Oh, it's so good. I don't know what rank his things are. Well, it's 2 8s, so it seems like... I'm not gonna lie, okay, it sort of seems like they're trying to match the normal SP that my Hangar is as well. It doesn't seem terribly imbalanced, and a lot of people have been complaining about it, but this first match anyway, maybe I just got lucky, but this first match does not seem terribly imbalanced. This guy obviously has legendary stuff, but it's a rank 4, I think. Like, normally. He's only got... Okay, yeah. Rank 6... No, rank 5 Tengu. 12 energy. I don't know. You gonna play Hangar Showdown on my alt right now? Wait a bit so I don't time drop you. Oh man, you can time drop me, I don't care. See, I'm okay with certain people time dropping. It's when people know that I'm using some scuffed things and then they purposely time drop me with super meta stuff just so that they can get a screenshot of them beating me. And be like, haha, I beat RuFFles, and it was like, yeah, definitely skill, not because I was just time dropping him, counting on the fact that he was using crap. On this account, you shot like it should be fine. This is a good, like I'm using a good Hangar for this SP. Anyway, 321 for the first one. If I were to continue that 4 more times, that would be 1600-ish, which would get me this. But yeah, okay, like I was thinking, you could get these pretty easily in League 2. Probably not in League 3. You get these pretty easily in League 2, but you'd be a little hard pressed to get these, and you definitely aren't getting these. That is the issue. Do I spend A-coins on them? I'm not certain. I might, personally, but I definitely won't every day. I feel like it's something that it's like, yeah, you could do it a couple times. Because what is it? It's like maybe 2 more matches? I feel like that's not a big deal. Kilimanjaro? What are you doing, buddy? Did he leave? Also, yeah, it's still a max Lancer and a base level Panther. Honestly, I think the matchmaking is fine, guys. I think it's small. I think that's some copium y'all having. Okay, here we go. Jeez. Thank you for showing up, finally. Wait. Nice name, by the way. I thought maybe I could get him, but no. Kill him. And bro is cooked, because he has no idea how to play. He barely knows how to spawn in. Why would he know how to play other things? Oh, well. Oh, whoops. I can just pull this up. That's nice. Good to know. Noali, hello. How are you? Hi. No. Don't do that. Don't do that. Why would you do that, bruh? You should have known I was a zipper. Alright, are you dead yet? He is not, but he will be soon. And oh, never mind, he's got a Seeker. Thank you for pulling through there. Oh boy, gameplay. Expect wild matchmaking. This is my second match, and the matchmaking has been absolutely perfectly fine. I think you guys are huffing copium, like full stop. I think you are absolutely coping. But this is my second battle, so I could just be getting lucky. Oh. And before anyone says, like, oh, that's a surge, it's crazy. He has a surge. Obviously, it's unfair. You know I face surges. 16 energy surges literally all the time. I'm, like, regularly on this account. That is nothing new. Absolutely nothing new. Oh, nice, Gemini. He has no pilots. Oh, you're right. I wonder if he's trying to tank it. Good catch. I didn't notice that. It's gonna push me now. I need help on the right. Help me, please. Okay. What are we in for? What do we got? He's got mods, though. Wait. Am I or am I not in League 2? Okay, so this is the problem. This is the problem. The problem is that there are people who exist in League... Crap. They won that. That was close, though. There are people who exist in League 1 who are playing people in League 2. That is absolute no-go. How does this happen? That's an issue that should be addressed. I feel like that shouldn't be happening. They literally have an 80-second matchmaking timer just to go bullshit lazy mode with the matchmaking? There's no way. It's gotta be a mistake. It's gotta be a mistake, because why in the world would you have leagues then? I mean, I guess for the point multipliers, but... No, that doesn't make any sense. I don't think it should be that way. But, to be fair, if there were a way of tanking, you'd still face League 1 people, so I guess there's kind of no point in tanking. But the main point in not tanking is so that you get more points, so that you get more stuff. Like, that's why you don't tank. That's the real reason not to tank, and I feel like that alone is enough to keep people from doing it. You only get so many battles per day, you'd have to spend A-coins just to tank, just to get easy... Like, that'd be stupid. It would be financially really stupid. So I feel like they don't have to worry about people tanking. It should be about... I agree, I think it is. But they've made some dumbass decisions before, so I wouldn't be surprised. Also, the cancel button at the top right is a very nice feature. I like that. I would not want to be locked into an 80-second matchmaking time. Forever. Okay. Aegis... Oh, God. That is so bad, dude. Having a Stormrack Lancer and then seeing an Aegis and a Deathwalker is... not fun. Hi, please don't. I'm nice. I promise. I'm really nice when you get to know me. It's not true, but don't tell him. What is bro doing? Jay Ferrick. What is he doing? He's... I think he quit. Oh, I think he quit. That is unfortunate. It would really suck to be that guy right now, because he's absolutely relying on his teammate. Sure. Yeah, whatever. Doesn't really matter. It would be cool if they replaced them with a bot or something. I'm not gonna good job because this is literally a 2v1 and we're absolutely bullying this guy. It's not fair at all. You should be able to kill him. You won't tell him? You won't tell who? Huh? I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry. That's good. The match should end and give tickets back if someone leaves. Maybe not. I'm an advocate of you know, let the show go on. I say fill it with a bot at very least, and yeah, if you want to give the person their ticket back, that would also be, I think, reasonable. Although people could exploit that, they just time drop each other. One of them agrees to leave, but then one guy's wasting tickets and the other guy's not, I suppose. Just for the other guy to get, like, free tickets. He might 2v1 us, that would be really sad. But I think... Hold on. Because here's the problem. I don't think he knows where I am. Wait, no. He's on top of me, apparently. He killed me first. But it was a draw. Okay. That's fine. I'm not gonna allow us to lose, okay? Oh my god, what is that, bro? What's your opinion about Gemini 16 crate? It seems decent. I was gonna make a post about it, I forgot about that, sure. Yeah. Can I squeeze through here without getting stasis? Please? Uh-oh, look what we have here. Okay. Is it just me or is there more HP than normal? The mechs are maxed out. What do you mean? I feel like by definition there should be more HP. You said you weren't going to be nice? And you told not to... Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I got you. Skoden your buddies. Huh? Oh, is that a guy that I fought earlier? Save your best mech for last. No, I mean, you only need 3 rounds, so if you save it for last, then just by definition, you're making sure that you're losing as many rounds as possible before the very last round, so that sounds like a bad idea. Spawning it first is also not necessarily the best idea. You hate your randoms? I don't know, I think you guys just coping. It's been fine for me. Streamer luck, perhaps, though. I don't... Okay, look, I'm not gonna say anything. I'm saying that you guys are coping as, like, a joke. But I'm not, like, forming a legitimate opinion about the matchmaking just yet, because I definitely know that it could be pretty bad. We've already seen... this is one of the things that I predicted as well. I predicted that the matchmaking could be pretty out. Great, that's a secret, obviously. I should have looked at his pilot, determined what he was, and then from that... Your fragment gun. Your fragment gun Arachnos. I mean, you can freaking try, but what are you gonna do, buddy? My man couldn't catch me if he wanted to. Like, it's not gonna happen. Like, I could file next year's taxes before he got to me. So that's for real. Until they leave in a 2v1. Okay, yeah, well, that's different. That's not a matchmaking issue, though, right? Someone leaving is not a matchmaking thing. It is definitely a thing. And Red mentioned something about, like, if they leave, maybe give the other person their tickets back. I think that's a solid idea. I think you should at very least fill the match with a bot. If they are no longer in the match. Like, if they're in the match and just AFK, then obviously there's nothing you could do about it. But if they are no longer in the battle, physically. I think the next round it should just fill them with a bot. And sure. Just to give them the best chance possible, right? And then by the end, yes, either multiply that person, the person who stayed, who had the unfair match, either multiply their score or give them their tickets back. I think that is more than fair. But someone leaving is not a matchmaking thing. And it's not the game's fault. Unless the game's bugging out and it's crashing their game, then it's probably the game's fault. Which, to be fair, is probably like most of the time it's probably the game's fault, realistically. But not matchmaking, but probably the game's fault anyway. Let's see, how close are we? 990. I don't think I'm even gonna get here, nah, because we lost the one match and I got like no points for that. That does make sense. You'd have to win every time. Your favorite mech is Redeemer and you're getting ready to get into its tier hub. What weapons should you put on it? I would avoid being... Okay, unless you're playing 2v2 or like this mode, right? Or free-for-all. I think a lot of people say, oh, just put revokers on it or put close quarters weapons on it. I think that's a bad idea. Just because it's fast does not mean that it's good with close quarters. I think you should put... Stormrack is the best. In fact, late game, Stormrack Redeemer is pretty good, but Stormrack's literally the only usable weapon on it. Like, it's the only weapon you can get good results with. Podgun's another decent one, though. I would avoid anything that requires a lot of direct line of sight, especially something that requires line of sight for a long time. You just can manage it because it has a shield, but a Redeemer will just be taking damage and it doesn't have a lot of HP. Should I put Lancer jump distance in plan or not? You have it. Oh, when I have it on, it's hard to make jumps with precision. I didn't even buy it. I heard somebody bought it. I heard somebody bought it and they're saying it was really nice, but it sounds like a waste of 40,000 credits. It's like, it's probably fun. It's probably really fun. But, like, it doesn't help you in any way, so, like, why would you bother? I have to do range on this map, I think. Yeah, it's crazy. No mods versus mods is not fair. I agree. Yeah, that's... Potentially, I'm gonna be generous and say that it's potentially a bug and that's not supposed to happen. Because otherwise I don't see, like, why in the world would they make leagues? It really seems like the leagues are part of the matchmaking. And so if you as a League 2 could face a League 1, then that's just kind of stupid, but... I am glad to see, though, I will say, I am glad to see that even though this other guy was in League 1, it still seems to mostly match us by squad power. Mostly match us by the level, the rank and level, and whatever metrics that they would normally use, meaning that I'm not fighting anybody with like a maxed mech and maxed 16 energy weapons or something, right? I'm not going to fight somebody like that because that's not how the matchmaking works. And I'm glad to see that. That was actually my biggest concern. A much larger concern than seeing somebody with mods, to be honest. Because mods, I mean, if you're good enough, you can probably manage through it. But if there's somebody with just like that much of a DPS gap on you, then that's kind of GG. Like, there's really nothing you can do. Either way, they have a big advantage, but I think the other way would be more extreme. It's just a personal... It's just kind of a gut feeling, though. Okay. Okay, well, I will drop the dome on him. And so now, no matter which way he goes, the dome is is here, and I'll just keep it between us. Keep this between us. I almost killed him. He's a slippery cuss. Get him. Chappy sniper. Why do I feel like this guy's not going to do anything? You're 10.5 and you were playing up against 3 and 3 to 5k? That doesn't seem right. Yeah, that's definitely cause for concern. 8.2 and facing 15k. Were they tanking though? Because here's the thing: is like you can go and you can't see their Showdown hangar, right? I think this the matchmaking thing might be a result of people finding a way to tank. You can bet that people will find a way to tank always. And I mean, don't quote me on it, because maybe it's not. Maybe it is just an absolute like mess in terms of matchmaking. But my matches seem perfectly fine. Like these are the type of things that I would normally fight, so I don't see much of an issue. Not in the fact that they're max, but like, you know, the mechs and weapons, like, and the weapon energy, that type of thing is the type of thing that I would normally fight. So I'm not seeing any issues, but it's very possible that people found a way to tank, and now they're exploiting it, trying to make sure that they get easier matches. They were just terribly strong. Yeah, but you don't, like... I mean, do you know what everything in their hangar looked like? Because you can't just look at their profile and then check their hangar, because their active hangars can be very different from their Showdown hangars, right? They can use a completely different hangar for Showdown matches, and you wouldn't even know what it is. Okay. Try League 1 later. I'm probably on your map. Well, yeah. I mean, obviously, I was planning on doing that anyway. Again, like I'm just kind of like speculating about what could be the problem. I have no idea what the problem is. I intend to try to find out what the problem is, but I'm speculating about what could be the problem. With, you know, given the context of the fact that my matches seem perfectly fine. I'm not saying that nobody's having issues. Obviously, you're telling me exactly what issues you're having, and like, I don't think anybody's lying. I don't think there's any reason for them to lie. But I will say, it's like, just because someone has a high SP hangar in their account doesn't mean that that's the hangar that they were using. So it could have been, they could have been exploiting it. And you wouldn't know what all of their mechs are unless you got it to 5 rounds anyway. So it could be as simple as removing a mech, because you can play with only 4 mechs, which is kind of stupid. Will they add the 5v5 back? As far as I'm... Oh, they did remove the 5v5 is gone, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I assume it's just... As far as I'm aware, 2v2 was not supposed to be removed earlier, and that was a mistake. I imagine now that 5v5 is also gone, they're just trying to increase traffic toward this mode. But if you can only play 5 free battles per day, then I don't know why they would do that. Yes, they should be adding both modes back. The regular 2v2 and 5v5, I'm pretty sure. I really don't think either one is gone for good. I will ask later just to verify, though. League 1 is the problematic one. Probably. I mean, that sounds about right. I mean, that was my biggest concern in the video that on the Tusk server, is, and I just mentioned this in the stream too before I started, the fact that 24 plus stars gets you to League 1. I could have 5 mechs with 5 stars and not a single rank 6 mech, and I would be put into League 1, which makes no freaking sense. League 1 should be reserved, in my opinion, for only people who have a full hangar of rank 6 stuff. That's it. So 36, or not 30, 30 stars. I don't think they count max level as an extra rank. Some people call it rank 7, but that's not what it is. It's rank 6 level 7. But, yeah. Escape, hello. How are you? Did you play it? You did play against people who had mods in League 2. Yeah, I just did as well. Which is, like, one concern that I'm really having. I wonder if that's a mistake or if that's just crappy matchmaking, which is I sort of predicted crappy matchmaking, to be fair. 10 A-coins per battle, and I'm only here. I definitely would not spend definitely would not spend A-coins on extra tickets every day, like normally. I probably will sometimes, just to get... Let's do this. I think you get 10 free A-coins from the daily tasks anyway, so it's whatever. I'm not losing anything, so long as I do it every day. I'm not losing everything. Well, I guess it's only one ticket, though. Oh, hey, how about that? Easy decision, then. The game is telling me, yes, you should do it. I was going to say, for the sake of content, I probably will today, just because that's what people are here to see. But I definitely don't plan to, and I wouldn't recommend for everyone else to be spending 50 A-coins every day on extra tickets. I think the ideal case, oh, we do have this. Let me spend this first before I get back to that. You don't spam caps. I don't know what you were saying. Everyone worship the 211. Nah. Look. He can grace us with his presence, but let's not go that far. It would be fine if you could get a refill for 10 A-coins. Yeah, somebody else was mentioning golden tournament tickets, which would be a really nice way to use those, because those are kind of crap. Anyway, what I was saying is, like, if you were, like, one battle away from some mod parts, which are really hard to get, especially these elite ones, if you're, like, 1 or 2 battles away from some mod parts, then I think spending 10 to 20 A-coins is a reasonable decision. But apart from that, I wouldn't go around spending 50 A-coins every single day on this, unless you have more than enough A-coins. I don't know. If you're a free-to-play player, I wouldn't, I should say. Transfer rate or ability to use golden tickets for Showdown tickets? I think... I mean, either one. Either one, right? I don't really care. It could be credits. They could charge credits. I'm not sure I care what they charge you, so long as it's not A-coins and it's not mod parts, because those are so difficult to get that it's ridiculous that they charge you. What I will say, one thing I will say, is that this is technically, essentially, a way to very cheaply buy mod parts with A-coins. That's essentially what it is. It takes you a little time, and, you know, maybe you get really unlucky, or if you suck really bad, then you're not going to get them anyway, but... And maybe you get them for free. It's unfortunate that it does cost A-coins, but at the same time, like, the way that I see it is mostly, especially because of the mod parts, the way that I see it is that it's just a really cheap way of getting mod parts. So I consider it an absolute win. If you don't want to spend the A-coins, then you can just not spend the A-coins, and, like, you're not any worse off for it, you're just not getting as much a benefit as you could. Like, you're not losing anything by not spending A-coins. Mech us stuck, that's crazy. Them orphans are screwed, bro. Podgun Lancer? Yeah, I could. Can you make a different preset that Showdown sees? No. You have to... What's actually really annoying is that when you first start a Showdown, like when you first click into the mode, it just brings you to whatever hangar you had last. But the first time entering the mode, it doesn't just pre-fill it with whatever hangar you had. It just makes it empty. It's just empty. I think. No, maybe it did pre-fill it. Yeah, no, maybe I am tripping. Yeah, I think because I had the revoker on. Never mind. I'm stupid. Don't worry about it. I do wish you could use the presets though. That would be nice. How did MAQC go? Not good, bro. There's still one battle left. For both accounts. And then after that, I'm not gonna lie, I think I might open my free-to-play clan up to be public after that. I don't want to do it just yet. But I might do that and just kind of see how it goes. Obviously, it could cause some issues, but we'll find out. Alright. It's full of bugs. What's full of bugs? This mode? Yeah. There's definitely some... Well... The other guy... Yeah, the other guy left. That's unfortunate. But this is... This is a Lancer map. Oh, that's unfortunate. It doesn't even show me what his full name is. Why is it... It's kind of annoying. They're very liberal with those. What is it called? Ellipses? What is like the 3 dots called? I knew it at one point, but nobody ever calls it by like the technical name. Hello? Hello? Okay, bye. We lost a lot of HP right there. He can't get up to me. It's like physically not possible, I don't think. Look. I'm gonna scum it as much as I freaking can. Okay, never mind. He took that opportunity for sure. I should not have gone down. Should just kept waiting. Oh, there he is. Little cretin. Wonder if he's actually here to play. Jeez, dude. Bro's got a pulse cannon. Puma thinking, don't, good job, me. Where were you 2 rounds ago, you little booger? Got some choice words for you. You thought you saw a mod break animation? Yeah, he probably did have mods. That was one thing that I noticed, is that they are willing to put League 1 people against League 2 people, so long as the like base squad power is similar enough, which is a really dumb decision. Seems to kind of go against the whole point of the league system, but whatever. Just take cover. And he tried to use the radius, he just didn't. Wasn't successful. It's a good attempt, though. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Alright, we might be good, boys. This is concerning. I'm gonna save my Redeemer for last. I just want to make sure that we win this one. Thankfully, it seems like they used all of their best stuff right up the front. And so I'm going to have a kind of crap mech for toward the end, but I think they might as well. Hi. Oh, nice. Let's go. Good job, fella. RPG Tengu, that's my random. Hey, look. It's better than my random. My random literally didn't exist for the first 2 rounds. Don't complain to me. Also, look, just because you don't get the most stellar 5 stars on Yelp, most absolute pro gamer competitive player as a teammate every single match does not mean that the matchmaking is bad. Like, I'll be real about this. There we go. That was Scary. We didn't need to lose the second round, though. I definitely messed up with that Lancer. You fight opponents with mods in League 2. Yeah, it's because apparently they're okay putting people in League 1 against people in League 2. It doesn't make a lot of sense. And I agree with you at that. Would really like to see everyone's Showdown Hangar at the end of a match, since it's separated from presets. Their account afterwards doesn't do anything. Okay, but like, I would say that just adding their Showdown Hangar to their account is a more that seems simpler, right? I don't know, maybe that's just me. I feel like if you go here and then you just like, oh, it's this guy, right? And then I go here, there should be like one of these, there should just be like a fourth dot that's like maybe it's like purple or something, or it's like a different shape, like a diamond or something like that, just to like kind of signify that it's different. And then it just shows their Showdown Hangar. I think that'd be cool. Okay. Some way to see what they were in. Yeah, I understood the general point you're trying to make. Your mods don't work, but others are able to use them just fine. Yeah, it's because they're in League 1, and in League 1, you're able to use... yeah, you're able to use pilots and mods in League 1, but you're not in League 2. And you would think that they'd take that into account for matchmaking, but I guess not, which is really dumb. I will definitely mention this to them at some point. I was expecting matchmaking issues, there usually is. But I will definitely mention that to them. Because I'm finding a match really, really quickly. I think that they don't need to... I think it's stupid that they give you an 80-second wait time just to be really lax with the matchmaking and put you up against people in higher leagues. I don't think that's... Oh, shit. It's more expensive each time. Well, now I have to know how much it costs. I could do this on my main account and it would be less detrimental. In fact, 2,000. I'd have to get 422 points. I don't think I could do that in one battle, so I'd have to do it twice. I don't really want to do that. I would imagine it goes up by 5 every time. At least. So, I mean, I was planning on doing this on my main account as well, so I'll just spend the A coins there to find out. You're League 2, but you have mods on 2K account? What do you mean? No, you have mods on your mechs, but they don't work. So, like, when you go to the Showdown, if you're in League 2, you just go to here. League 2, this is where I'm currently at. You're able to use pilots, but you're not able to use mods. That means that even though I have a mod equipped on my Lancer, it's grayed out. I'm not able to use it. It doesn't work. I have a mod on my Lancer and it does not currently work. I am telling, like, I don't know what to tell you. I'm literally looking right at it. And I just played battles with my Lancer and it doesn't have it. In order for your mods to work, you need to be League 1. Which is 24 tier stars or higher. Well, not tier stars, but mech stars. Why restrict PvP battles to just 10? Yeah, I know. That was really some... That was a bad assumption on my part. I should have assumed that it would be more expensive every time. I should have assumed. Get another mod for Lancer. I mean, I don't really want to buy one. If I did, I'd probably buy the Hardened Hull, but I feel like that's kind of pointless on a Lancer. If anything, I would just upgrade my Perimeter. But I'm kind of saving mod parts. I don't really know what for. I just don't really want to like mega buff my Lancer because it might mess with my matchmaking. Rest in peace 2v2 match. Yeah, except it's going to be back at some point. The freak out about 2v2 is like actually wild though. I will say, like, I understand people are upset, right? And I would say probably the majority of people who have been talking about it were basically saying, like, you know, I don't like that it's gone, and I'm not going to play the game, or like, I'm not going to play the game until they add it back. And that's perfectly understandable, perfectly valid, and perfectly, like, I think that's perfectly reasonable. If they remove the only mode that you like, then sure, don't play. But the number of people who are, like, actually thinking that they're literally going to die because they removed 2v2 for, like, 1 week, guys, if they removed CPC, I would not be crashing out nearly as much as some of y'all are. I'm just saying. Admin said it's gone for good. Who said it's gone for good? This is 2v2, just a better one. I would imagine that it's not gone for good. I mean, 5v5 certainly not, right? Unless I restrict that just to tournament. Along with free-for-all. Original 2v2 is good. I disagree, but I think you should be able to at least play it in custom matches. I'll ask them whether or not those modes are coming back. They should be coming back. There's no way that they removed 2 of the 3 game modes that they have just to add 1 that you can't even play for very long. There's no way that they do that. They've made some weird and dumb decisions, but I don't think I don't think they'd do that. In fact, I'll ping them right now. I'll let you know if they respond. Five v 5 also gone, yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's no chance. Even I don't think they're that stupid. There's no chance that they have 3 modes, and they're like, all of the modes are boring enough as it is, except for Control and Clash. But that's the only one that I play. There's no way that they removed 2 of their major modes just to add in 1 that you can't even play more than 10 times. Like, even if you spend A coins, you'd have to spend A coins just to play it 5 extra times, and just play it more than 5 times. You'd love to be wrong. It's not the best move by that. Well, yeah, obviously. It was my understanding that the 2v2 wasn't supposed to be gone at all. Or maybe it was just removed early. Maybe they were going to... Maybe they intended to remove it, just not like several days early. Story mode would go hard? No. It would go no harder than Onslaught. Onslaught's kind of garbage. I mean, the game is primarily, like, PvP arena type things, right? So if they're gonna add a mode and it's just another bullshit deathmatch mode, then that would be dumb. I think they need to add another objective-based game mode, like something similar to Control Point Clash, but different enough to where it's a different mode. Capture the flag, or like deliver the payload, or something like that. Most games, their main modes are objective-based because like it adds more complexity. Deathmatches are fine, but the fact that out of the 4 different modes, and yes, I'm including free-for-all here, Out of the 4 different modes, 3 of them are literally just get as many kills as you can. Which is ridiculous. The matchmaking isn't fair in the new mode. My battles were kind of fine, to be honest. But some people were saying that it's worse in League 1, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to swap to my main account. And I'm going to protect the president. Yeah, but how would you do that? Would the president be like a bot? That would be ridiculous. Because otherwise, whoever wins is just whoever picks a better president, Mech, right? Like if it was a player, just mark all of this red. If the president is a player, then the winner is probably mostly determined simply by who picked the more meta president. You'll send me video proof later that it's a horrible league system. You have no chance of winning. Don't send it to me. I can't solve your problems. I don't think you guys understand. It is not my problem when you have an issue. It is not my specific duty to make sure that it is solved. Report it. That's what that's there for. I'll tell the devs what I see from my end. But if they get lots of because here's the thing. They're more likely to do something if a lot of people report it through in-game support than if I were to tell them. They are. They're not likely to do something just because I tell them. I think a lot of people don't understand that. Or they think that they think that the devs do certain things or change certain things simply because one or multiple content creators agree that it should be done. That's not really how it works. I hold a lot less weight than you guys do, like collectively, obviously. Like one report they're gonna ignore, but if a lot of people are reporting the same thing, I encourage you guys to report it in game. You can't just report it through me because I'm one person. And I could forward all of your complaints, but it would, I mean, for one thing, it would take me, like, I'd literally just spend all day, every day forwarding your guys' complaints, so I'm not gonna do that. But secondarily, again, like I just said, I'm just one guy. I'm just one guy. And it's more effective if they see a lot of complaints from support than if they just get one complaint from me. Parasite would be so OP in sniper meta. Yeah. Yeah, true. You thought I was CEO of Plarium. Yeah, I know, it's crazy. Face to maxed Revoker Cheetah, it was devastating. Well, everything is maxed in that mode. That's kind of the point. You think the seasons are a bit lame? What do you mean? Like the battle passes? If that's what you mean, then yes, I agree with you. There's, like, easily 4 out of 5 times the final reward is, like, completely not something that's very interesting. Master Pine just got a new sub, thank you. They should have more game modes, yeah. Well, they just did, but the fact that they removed 2 of the old game modes is kind of stupid. Which is kind of why I don't... I mean, maybe it is, but I really don't. I really feel like that they're not gone for good. There's no way, right? I don't think they're that stupid. They can be pretty stupid, but I don't think they're that stupid. Alright, what should I use, fellas? I haven't done this. I haven't played on this account at all since... oh, right, because it's... You've accidentally flooded the report section with false claims. That's unfortunate. Alright, let's try to use something that's entertaining. I should be able to easily get, because all my mechs are maxed, right? I should be able to very easily get to League 1 no matter what I use, really. I use Vortic. Rare mechs only. I just came from my free-to-play account. Why would I do that? Disruptor. Let's do... Ooh, Hellfire. There's a lot of different modes that they could add. I feel like there's not a lot restricting them. There's a lot of options. They just don't use any of them. Hemlock. It's a bit sweaty, but sure. I'll just use something that's less sweaty. Use some meta Hangar. Okay, but does anybody else actually want to see that? Because that can be kind of boring. Cordelus, hello, how are you? Had an anti-meta mode or like an OG mode. Yeah, I don't know. I do kind of like the Showdown thing is kind of nice because it allows you to play matches without, well, theoretically, allows you to play matches without mods, and then allows you to play matches without pilots, but it also allows you to play matches with mods and with pilots and all of that sort of thing, right? The problem with like having a different mode that's like, oh, there's no mods involved, or there's no pilots involved, or there's whatever, that's like, is that you couldn't use them even if you wanted to. That's the main issue that I have. Because like if people really, really wanted to play no mods, they'd just boot up a custom match and have everyone agree to remove the mods, right? I feel like that's pretty easily done. Tetra Mimicry says. Yes, sure. I feel like that's pretty easily done. And the people who want that are a bit more niched than the people... I think most people are okay just playing the game as is. There are certainly some people who like to have certain rules because they don't like certain things, and that's perfectly fine. But I don't think that's the majority. And so making a mode just for that seems kind of pointless. I added the thing. I didn't add it. It's just I didn't do anything. It's just YouTube took a long time to add it to my streams. It was just an automatic thing, apparently. Do you have oil? Nah. But I will. About to go take somebody else's. Product. Minigun Onyx. Let's see, what if I did like... Hear me out, though. Hear me out, though. I feel like it could work. Range, damage, duration, cooldown. I need radius above all else, I think. Oh, yeah. Chungus? Ah, okay, okay. It's pretty hard for someone to suggest Chungus and for me to turn it down. So, what should I use? How is this mode encouraging? What does that mean? I don't know what you mean by that. Fragment gun Chungus. Repeater Chungus. 3 spike Chungus. I assume you mean this? I already have revokers on my Redox. I don't want to double down on revokers. That's kind of lame. Could do repeater though. I could do repeater though. Oh, I don't get it. Damage boost is pointless because that implant doesn't work. Should I use Volti because it's OP? What else should I use? Gemini or Railgun Orion? I'll do Gemini Orion. It's probably worse than Railgun. Well, I mean, maybe not, because if I can lock onto somebody enough to hit them with my mark, then I can lock onto them enough to hit them with my Gemini. But the thing with the Gemini, it absolutely slaps, dude. Wait, no, that's already in my squad. You. Gemini Orion hits like an actual truck. Let's see. Are there any cool skins? See, this one's okay, but it looks like freaking pajamas. I don't like it. This one's alright. This one's alright. I'll use this one. Gemini and Orion are both constellations? Well, there you go. Okay, cool. Thingy thing does the thing, cool thing, whatever thing. Sure, I'm in League 1. Good to go. People are saying the worst matchmaking is in League 1, so we are going to find out. Imagine Chungus Carbine gets MVP. It won't. It won't, because instead, Chungus Repeater is getting MVP. Haha! You fools. Oh, wait. Actually, yeah. My G's got 24 energy of Ember Gun. This other guy's got 24... Okay. Yeah, no, this is pretty unfair. So the really high-level people are facing the not really high-level people, but still in League 1 people. Is what it seems like it is. I'm not... That's a little too toxic. I'll go with Ryan. That's... Alright, yeah. So you guys were right. You guys were right. It is a mostly League 1 issue, which is kind of what I predicted. Because it's really easy, because like I was mentioning, it's really easy to get into League 1. You're not getting through that, my G. Especially not if you don't get behind me. Bro's giving me a thumbs up as if we actually earned that in the slightest. It would be difficult for us to lose. In fact, I'm uninstalling if we lose a single round. But yeah, I did kind of predict it, because I was saying, I pointed out in my video, it's really easy to get into League 1 without having maxed max. So if they are mostly basing leagues off of... Hi. If they're mostly basing leagues off of... Or matchmaking, sorry. If they're mostly basing matchmaking off of leagues, then that doesn't make any sense. And I was glad to see that they didn't really base matchmaking solely off of leagues. However, it seems like they're basing it off of leagues enough to where you'll get a battle like this. And this is good footage to show to the devs. Right? This is good footage for me to show to the devs. Because they absolutely... I'm not going to be able to see it. Whatever, I'll just take a screenshot from the stream later. If someone wants to, like, go back in the stream, take a screenshot of, let's say, just like that screen where it shows me and my teammate along with what they were using, their builds. If you could just take a screenshot of that and then ping me in... Or maybe don't ping me, because a moderator might delete it. They might not know. Just put it in my Discord or something. I will use that. 41,000 Acorns. Yeah, we don't talk about that. Have I lost yet? I lost one battle on my free-to-play account, that's it. Hangar Showdown, not good. I think it has the potential to be good. I think it's better that it exists than for it to not exist. But... Oh... Double Tetra Rifle? Versus Double Overdriver? The Tetra versus Overdriver wars have begun. A battle nobody knew was even happening. Stop that. Okay, why would you... Okay. I was gonna say, why would you do that? Mess him up. Hooray! Now, what are you using this round? I'll try to copy it. Whatever he's using. Gemini, beautiful. Gemini, let's go. This guy's like, oh yeah. Oh wait, a double minigun 80. Okay, that's so unfair, dude. Come on now. You might be cooked, my guy. You should not have done that. Poor guy. He didn't even have mods. Still no chance. Revoker. I wonder if he's noticed that I've been copying his weapons. Certainly, right? I literally one-shot him. Oh yeah, because he's like probably rank 4. And without mods. Okay, look, like if they're gonna do... If they're gonna do a thing where it's like, they should at least buff the weapon damage. They should do an artificial buff to weapon damage to where it would perform at the level that a maxed energy mech would. You understand what I'm trying to say? So like if you're using 8 energy weapons on a rank 4 medium mech, right? Which is basically what I was doing. That's like what all of my builds were on the my free-to-play account. They should multiply the damage of the weapons by 50% so that they perform the same as 12 energy weapons. Like, along with maxing them, they should also buff them by that percent so that they perform the same. I think that makes the most sense, because otherwise this... Even ignoring the mods thing, which is a pretty big issue, even ignoring that, just the DPS difference is massive. Who's spamming? I don't know. Okay, well, I'm timing you out for 24 hours. Don't say that. It promotes paying to win. I mean, every mode does. So I don't know. Still won't help because most of the low-end player would not have the mods. I mean, I was... Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, even if you disregard the mods, like, you can get around the mods issue. It's possible. But just the DPS issue on top of the mods issue is like, it's just GG at that point. Yeah, see this guy. 22 energy Deathwalker, which means he's rank 5, I think. Well, absolute brutality. Yeah, see, their energy capacity, that was a freaking Revoker Surge. He should have killed me. There's no universe in where that wouldn't have killed me if I was just playing a regular match against a maxed enemy. And so in that case specifically, it was a DPS issue. It was the fact that the energy was not performing to match the rank that the mech was performing at. The weapons were performing at max level, but they weren't performing at max energy. That's very different. 3 out of 3 matches he's faced low SP players, yeah. Hope the devs take this seriously. I agree. I'm really hoping that this is a case of just new mode bugs. And, I mean, in all fairness, let's be fair, until they roll it out publicly, it's really difficult to spot a lot of these kinds of issues. It would be very difficult to spot a lot of these kinds of issues until they roll it out publicly and have a lot of people testing it with a lot of different SP levels. So, if that is the problem, then I'm not going to fault them, and I won't hold it against them. But that's only if that's the problem. And realistically, like, how likely is it that that is the main issue and that they don't think that... It's fairly likely that they think it's perfectly fine the way it is. But we'll find out. Mod parts, yeah. The mod parts are... It's really nice to see those. So, like, I want to like this mode just because of the rewards, and to some degree. Even if the matchmaking is unfair, it's worth playing anyway just to get these. But... Because I don't think you guys realize just how many mod parts you'll be able to get every single day. Or over the course of, like, a week. This is, what, 100 and 400. How many you get from weekly tasks? How many do you get from weekly tasks? Isn't it, like, 200 elite and... No, how many mod parts do you get from weekly tasks? I forget. My weekly tasks are done, so I don't have it. 700 per week, 3K per month. From that, yes. That's what I'm saying. It's like, this is like 3 to 4xing 450 from the weekly. Okay, yeah. So this is... So you're now earning, potentially... earning mod parts at 8 times the rate, which is very much needed. Very much needed. And so I'm glad to an extent that they addressed that issue. And I mean, you could say like, oh well, the higher SP people are the people are the main people who are able to get them because it's harder for the lower SP people to get it because they get lower score multipliers. The higher SP people are the ones who need the mod parts the most. My free-to-play account, I don't need mod parts. What am I gonna... Am I gonna, like, fully max out my Lancer with max legendary mods? Like, no, probably not. It'd probably mess with my matchmaking, to be fair. Like, I don't need them on that account. But on this account, I do. So I don't fully disagree with the point multiplier thing. It's, again, the matchmaking aspect. The matchmaking aspect is the main concern. And rightfully so. I do wonder, how easy is it to get the mod parts with 5 tickets? I think I'm going to play the 5 extra battles anyway, because, I mean, as you may have noticed, I do have 40,000 acorns on this account, so I don't really need them. So I'm okay spending acorns. Yes, these guys got a long arm or freaking Scorpius. How does that work? And his teammate's just max Revoke or Eclipse. Like, excuse me? Oh, that's an Eclipse versus... my teammate who is a Graviton Surge, and me, who is a... Okay, bye-bye. Didn't see that coming, did you? Absolute nuke. Long arm Scorpius. Not even just long arm Scorpius, a long arm 8 Scorpius. Oh, hell no, brother. He's got Helix Reg. Yeah, see, how does this... he's probably in League 2, to be fair. To be fair, that's the type of thing that I would be using on my free-to-play account. I was in League 2 on my free-to-play account. Yeah, I was fighting League 1 players. All of my matches on my free-to-play account were honestly perfectly fine, though. And so I'm just confused as to, like, what in the world happened. Because they were all fair. I had no issues with any of the matches on my free-to-play account, outside of the one where my teammate left. That was the only issue that I had. But it wasn't a matchmaking issue. So the fact that it's so different here is kind of wild. Double brick house defense. They won't see it coming. Chain gun 6. Yeah. Chain gun 6 parasite is a wild thing to see. How do you guys get past 75 XP? I think there's a certain amount of XP that you can get per stream from talking. And then the rest you have to get from, like, donating and whatever. Yeah, we lose this one. Okay, double Chungus defense didn't work out super well. Somebody write that down. Nobody thought that was going to happen, for sure. Absolutely nobody saw that coming. Uninstall the app now? No. I said if I lost any round, like, that match, obviously. Because that was that match. I'm not going to uninstall when I fight a max guy. I didn't die to the max guy, but that's not the point. Let's see. I'll just do that. People who buy tons of mod parts are underground now. What does that mean? Eclipse versus Chungus? Chungus, because it's the third. Okay, I mean, I think I can get that no problem with just my free tickets. That's nice. Only if I'm in League 1, though. And to be fair, I'm getting pretty much all of the kills on this. And I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that my teammates and my enemies are significantly weaker than I am. I'm a very average player, so I shouldn't be getting most of the kills. I should only be getting like 2 or 3. I wonder what he's starting with. I raise you Repeater Chungus. Okay. I see. That is in Surge. Chungus built different? Yeah. Built Ford Chungus. Okay. Yeah, no, it didn't go great. You don't survive against a Chungus, this is true. A Bastion. Rest in peace, Chungus. Yeah, I know. That's definitely a skill issue on my part. Yeah, go away. See, now that he's back here, I'm just gonna go crisp him up a little bit. Just a little toasty. Just a little toasty. Just leave him in the oven for a little bit too long. Not a lot, just a little bit. Okay, so what I want to do now... I want to let him just... He's just going to keep wasting all of his ammo. But I'll get into a position where I'm close enough to him. And then I sit here. And then I wait for him to fully unload, right? And then we go in for the kill. And I obviously will get stuck. But that's okay. And now we back off. I didn't have the mag to kill him, that's annoying. He is getting burned. He is getting burned to death. Let's go. Thick. Vortex seems OP in this mode. Vortex is pretty good in 2v2, yeah. I wouldn't say it's OP, though. Oh, Guardian. Okay. And then he has an Eclipse, which is kind of a pain. Hey, buddy, you're Disc Launcher 8s are not going to help you. Just so we're clear. Is he going to full send? He did preemptively use his ability, which I don't think anybody's surprised by that. Oh, hi. See, here's the thing, is that I have perimeter, he has blockade. So, I think so long as I fire at him while he's firing at me, yeah, no, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure I'd kill him first, regardless. Lacewing or Deathwalker. In most cases, Deathwalker's better. He doesn't have any clips anymore, so I will use this. Oh, that is a build of all time. The Panther. The Panther's a good choice. Good choice against Hemlock. He didn't know I was using Hemlock, obviously, but it's a good choice anyway. Okay, bye. Oh, well, okay. Right. Redox is OP, yeah, for sure. That's true. We want 5v5 back. Regular 2v2 as well. Like, I would say that this is an improvement on 2v2, but I think you should still be able to play the normal 2v2 mode. Especially since you can only play this so many times before, like, you just can't play it anymore, right? I will spend Acorns on this because I want to know how much it costs. There's nothing you can do against a Hemlock and cooldown modifiers, or even just regularly. All they need is 2 implants and it's absolutely GG for you. It's so nice having an Eclipse. It's basically, like, it's basically impossible to play the game without an Eclipse at this SP. But I do my best. Just like that 100 elite mod parts, I know. That's oh, it's the same. It was the guy that I just fought. Let's go. Oh yeah, brother. No hard feelings, eh? Perhaps some hard feelings. It's Crispin time. It's Crispin time. Get over here. Mess him up. Mess him up, please. Mess him up, please. Okay. He just has pot gun, which is easy enough for me. Hi there. What you gonna do? Nothing. I'm gonna toast you up. Wait, wait. That was... I didn't realize my teammate died. That was actually so close to being a draw. What did he die to? Or did he die? Maybe he didn't. I think he did. Did he die? Oh, hi. Hot guns are annoying. I guess one with this is like... Owie. Okay, so what I'm gonna have to do is... Never mind, he has a surge, so he's got the situation under control. Bye. He's dead. It's too much shield... It's too much damage and too much shield piercing. It's a one-hit kill. I'll back you up. Chungus. Oh, you're gonna be so glad to have my Chungus back up against that Surge. Chungus versus Surge. Eclipse doesn't counter Surge. Brickhouse does. You gotta be stupid to think that Eclipse does. Get him. Hi. That's actually really unfortunate, because he got me in a spot where, like... Oh, nice. Nice. Chungus repeater, yeah. Why do you have blockade on Orion? Cause I bought that mod way back when mods were new, when I thought that blockade was better on some mechs than it was on other mechs. Literally the only mech that's actually... Okay, I just got nothing. Good. The only mech that's better with blockade than it is with perimeter multilayer is Lacewing. It's the only one. And that's just because it's usually up on top of a roof somewhere where you can't actually hit it with Revoker. Chungus carrying? Yeah, for sure. Not even a question. You're having a hard time in the new 2v2 mode currently? Yeah. I'm not surprised. Because playing on my other account, I actually was having really no issues, to be honest. But playing on this one, I'm fighting people who are clearly in League 2, they have no mods. I'm fighting people who have really weak stuff compared to what I have, which a lot of them probably are in League 1, but it's too easy to get into League 1. It's too easy to be in League 1. I could have 5 mechs that are all rank 5, which means that none of them have mods. I could have 5 mechs that are all rank 5 and still be in League 1. I would have no mods, I would have significantly less firepower. My Vortex would be 18 energy as opposed to 24. That's a 6 energy difference. 30% more damage. So, like, the enemy at rank 6, or at max, I should say, someone who actually legitimately has a mech maxed versus someone who's only got it at rank 5, the enemy has 33% more damage output than you in terms of extra energy, and they also have mods, maxed mods, and you have none. Well, assuming you don't have access to mods, which, I mean, a lot of people still do, because the mod change was, like, kind of recent, but you get my point. 15 for the next one. Let's see where this ends up. Apex, hello. Check out the weaker enemies. I don't need to, I already know that they're weaker. And like what they have in their hangar is not necessarily what they're using in the Showdown mode anyway, so it doesn't matter. Sure, read up. Yeah, this is just ridiculous. You played a battle in League 2? Yeah. I also, on my free-to-play account, I had the same thing. There were people in League 1 while I was in League 2. The way that I understood it, I agree with your, like, I understand your confusion, because the way that I understood it as well was that you would be matched with people in your league, but that's apparently not the way that they're doing it. But I'm hoping that it's just a bug. I'm hoping that that's not the way that it's going to be forever. They cannot leave it like this. It's unplayable. Like, I think it's worse than people tanking. Because at least tankers is, like, a thing where you can just shame people for being tankers. And a lot of people do. Tankers don't get a lot of love, and rightfully so. You shouldn't. And so that's just this thing where you could just publicly shame people for that. But this is something that's built into the game, it's not even your own fault. That took so long, dude. I wonder if he's gonna... Okay. I'm gonna stank him to death. That's crazy. You honestly think they might just shrug it off and not do anything? They might, yeah. I mean, anything could happen, right? I don't know what they're going to do, but there's a lot of things that they could do. Some of which possibly more likely than others. Is he coming straight for me, I wonder? Yeah, probably, right? Yeah. Okay, so my goal here is just to stall his timer out. I did so much damage to him. I almost killed him. It's okay. He is a lacewing. If he knows how to use lacewing at all, then he should be fine. I don't think he does know how to use lacewing at all. Never mind. Why no Chungus? It's a good point. Should have used Chungus. It would be sad if they put this in this effort in the new mode and then abandon it due to these issues. Right? Like, all of this effort to make sure that the mode is cool and interesting, and they add all of these features, and they add it on top of that. The main thing that gets me, okay, the main thing that gets me is that they make an 80-second matchmaking time. They purposely give way more matchmaking time just to lazy out and go with the quickest possible matchmaking, just find whoever's within a certain range. No. Use that extended matchmaking time to make sure that you not only get players, but make sure that the battle's as fair as possible. And I have no idea why they don't do that. Doesn't make any sense. 20. So it's 10, then 15, then 20. I imagine 25 and then 30, but we'll find out. It could jump up to 50. Chungus hits like a truck, not Gemini. Okay, here's the difference. Here's where you're wrong. Gemini hits like a truck. Chungus is the truck. There's the difference. Yeah, sure. Hi. How are you? Are you ready to be crispy? Crispy time? Okay, nice. He's dead. Good job. Oh. Well, well, well. What do we have here? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. And then Vortex drives like a truck. Don't do that. I'll really need you. Oh, well. Hemlock, though. A maxed Hemlock versus my repeater Chungus. Oh, yeah, brother. Okay. Thank you for your noble sacrifice. I will be in the over here direction now. Okay. You gonna play like that? We can play like that. I can play like that. Lethro. Guess who doesn't have a Hemlock this round? Let's see who's laughing after this. Oh, this other guy has one. Oh, now he has a... Yeah, that makes sense. Where'd he go? It's right there. Is he gonna get distracted? He got distracted. Beautiful. He's gonna try to come around the back. Except, oh, okay, never mind. Yeah, that's fair, that's fair, that's fair. I should have backed up more. He doesn't have any clips anymore. Now he's got to search. Yeah, he's sweating hard. Uh-oh. Hey, dude. He's gonna kill me, and he's gonna kill the other guy too, probably. Yeah, yeah. Hemlock is so annoying. Yeah. I mean, that's what most people use in 2v2. New mode's pretty fun. How do you find it? I find the matchmaking pretty bad. This guy right here had no mods. I think he was in League 2. On this account. On my free-to-play account, strangely enough, I was having, honestly, perfectly fine matchmaking. It seems to only be, like, in the upper levels, like League 1 and the upper levels of League 2. Where it seems like the matchmaking really has some issues. The problem that I have is like, okay, look at this, 24 mech stars to be in League 1, right? You could have 24 mechs, you could have 25 mech stars by having every single one of your mechs with rank 5. And so not only would my, let's say, medium mech Not only would my Vortex only have 18 energy, and so versus someone who normally has it maxed out like I do, not only is that maxed enemy have 30% more damage output than you in the form of extra energy capacity, they also have mods and you don't, because you don't unlock mods until rank 6. And so that's a massive issue. In fact, I don't think there's been a single one of these matches that I've played so far that have been completely fair. One good way to counter Hemlock if you're not in Eclipse or Redeemer is to have a Pocket Guardian. Yeah, see, that's the thing. It's like the only way to counter it is to use a specific mech. Like there's no method of countering it. There's only mechs that counter it, and that's kind of bullcrap. Started watching vids since yesterday. Well, hello. Already caught a stream. Very nice. Looks tips on your gear hub. You don't know what to buy. I made a video specifically on that. In fact, I think it's top link in my stream description. Full free-to-play gear hub guide. Probably one of the best videos I've ever made. And that is up to date as well. Like, I made that less than a month ago, I think. You've been seeing Surge with Arc Torrents, and they're really good. Like, it takes me 2 reloads with Storm Rags to take them out. Don't use Arc Torrent. It's not good. Trust me. I have no idea what these guys are using. Oh yeah, that's unfortunate. It seems like they match one high SP with one low SP player. Sometimes, but like in this case, this guy's got also a maxed mech, and then both of the enemies don't have maxed mechs, so I think it's just kind of random. I think it is mostly random, and me being... See, I think statistically that would happen, though. Me being the high SP player. If there's one other high SP player in the match, it's twice as likely for them to be one of the enemy players than it is for them to be the one teammate that I have. So I think just by statistics, it's, like, kind of true, but I don't think that's, like, I don't think that's a thing that they do on purpose. Otherwise, you'd probably see it reflected in this match. Yeah, no, you're cooked. Oh, wait, not? Okay. Yeah, bye. Oh, wow, he almost one-shot me with that. He must have gotten double damage. There's no way they didn't, right? Can you use your free-to-play Hangar for Showdown? That's what I started the stream off with, actually. I am sorry that you missed it. Oh, okay, never mind. This guy's got a max Revoker Eclipse. Perhaps I judged too early. You might be right after all. Well, I am going to crisp you up. I'm going to crisp you up. I'm going to crisp you up. I'm not going to crisp you up. That's crazy. Just absolute Revoker spam. It's ridiculous. Alright, fine. Yes, that gives me. Fuse Mortar for free-to-play or GTA 6? The GTA 6 thing has been a meme for a long time, so probably Fuse Mortar. Hold on, oh, right, okay, that's pretty... I wonder, which one was the guy with the maxed Revoker 12s? Because he might have been trying to tank. Which is hilarious. I really hope he was trying to tank, and now he's getting absolutely owned by me. How entertaining that match was, yeah, well. Expect more of that. You're heading out? Alright, Trash Man. Take care. You'll be appearing a lot in streams from now on? Alright, bud. What time is it? 10? Yeah, this is about the time that I normally start streaming. It's also about the time that I upload. Oh. Hi there. Please stop doing that. Aw. Yeah, this is the guy with the maxed Eclipse and Surge, I think, right? Well, yeah. Oh, double brick house defense? Let's go. He's got... They have a Surge and a Headlock. Okay, so that guy is definitely trying to tank, which is unfortunate, because I really would like to mess him up. He kind of deserves to have the crap beat out of him. Okay. Where is he? Oh, right there. Nah. Alright, that's fair. Lots of surges. Chungus final boss. Yeah, the final boss was easier than the other things. You find it shady that you need all 10 matches to win or to get all the rewards? I mean, I kind of don't, because the last 3 rewards are implants. Like, really, it's bad, right? I got, so long as I was in League 1, I got these mod parts with my free tickets. So I didn't spend anything to get the mod parts. So that's a lot of free tickets that not tickets, a lot of free mod parts that I just got. And then this, the way that I kind of see it is... okay. Now maybe it's just a point of view, right? And I suppose both points of view are valid. But the way that I see it is not that there's a free thing that they took away from you and now they're forcing you to spend currency. The way that I see it is now they're allowing you to spend much less currency to get the same thing. Because normally implant crates cost way more than this, right? So if you want implants, you can keep spending A-coins to get them, but most people probably don't care. You could spend A-coins to get them if you want it, but like most people probably don't care. And I'm really glad that the last 3 rewards are not the mod parts. But even if they were, it's once again, I see it less as they're offering it for free and then taking it away from you and forcing you to spend A-coins. I see it more as an opportunity to spend way less A-coins to get what you want. Five matches good for 2.5. Yeah, only if you're in League 1 though, because I didn't even get these on my free-to-play account, and I was in League 2, so that's something worth mentioning. But, like, if I wanted to spend A-coins to get some mod parts, that's a really good deal. Like, 25 A-coins for 50 mod parts? Yeah, sure, I'll take it. Absolutely. 50 elite mod parts, I should say. I'll take it. But, like, my free-to-play account doesn't really need mod parts anyway, so I'm probably not gonna bother. But that's just the way that I see it. I can kind of understand both points of view, though, simply because it is, like, in the sense that it is disappointing that they force you to spend A-coins in order to continue playing. Which, yeah, it's not ideal. I'd say the main thing that I have outside of the mode itself, like the matchmaking, the main misgiving that I have is the potential removal of 2v2 and 5v5. I'm guessing that that's just a temporary thing. Look. I'm guessing that it's a temporary thing. Because there's barely any modes in the game as is. It doesn't make sense for them to remove 2 of them. 5v5 you might not see. 5v5 might be a thing that's like only for tournaments, but you'd think that at least you'd be able to do them both in custom matches. You need to win all 10 matches you play, or maybe 9 to get all those implant crates. I actually kind of like that, because that means you can continue getting rewards. You just keep playing, continue getting rewards. And so this one implant crate is only for, like, the absolute top performing players. That's nice. I think that's fine. And especially, once again, since this last prize, this prize even this prize, nobody cares about them. These are really low value items, implant crates are, because they never give you anything good, right? These are very low value items, and yet it's just something that you can say that you did. Like, if it's difficult, then it's nice to have some things that are difficult just for the sake of being difficult, just so that people can say, hey, I did that thing. Like achievements. But, you know, achievements don't give you anything, like, useful, really. They just give you a skin, and I like that, right? I wouldn't want achievements to give you some game-changing whatever thing, because then that just, yeah, that really messes with a lot of stuff. And so it's kind of the same thing here, I find. But how many points did I get last match? I don't know. Well, I think last match I lost. So I didn't get much. 5,000 you'd need, because it's 5 times multiplier, you'd need 1,000. Or no, you'd need 500 per battle. Or not, you know, you'd need 100 per... Yeah, 100 per battle. Playing 10 battles with a 5x multiplier. That's actually very easy. No, you can get 100 points per battle very easily. I don't like the fact that the cost keeps scaling up, though. That's annoying. Use flashbang. Let's see what he starts with. Let's start with this, because it's kind of long range. Yeah, okay. Yeah, see, neither of those guys have maxed mechs, and you can tell because they're not using max energy capacity, and that's annoying. Even though this guy, my teammate, does. You can get 400 to 500 per battle in League 1 for winning. That's with the multiplier, though, right? I can get like 100, 120-ish base without multipliers. Not including multipliers. You get about 100, 120 base. I think pretty easily. Yeah, bye-bye. So many Arc Torrent surges, bro. What is... Who did what? I feel like somebody made a video talking about how OP Arc Torrent Surge was, and now everybody's going back to using Arc Torrent Surge for no reason. Ember Gun is more accessible, even. It's so many times better. Why would you ever use Arc Torrent? And it's been that way since the Great Update. This is not a new thing. It has nothing to do with the nerf. He's AFK. It would appear. That is unfortunate. Yeah, he just left. He left, but not before going up the hill and standing there. It was about making a statement, okay? Yeah, 525, and I didn't even do anything. Like, I got, like, no kills. Good. I like the nothing that I received. Very cool. Yeah, I got 1 kill, and I pretty easily got that. But I did survive on them. Ah, wait. But I didn't get it because I got my... Wait a second. That was 30? So it's what? 10 for the first one, 15 for the second one, 20 for the third one. Yeah, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yeah, that makes sense. So it goes up by 5 each time. I think I just spent 30. I lost track of how many extra times I played. Yeah. But what that one guy was saying is technically correct. Like, it's not difficult. So long as you win all of the battles, it's not difficult. to get this last one, but you do need to win all of the battles, because I think I did lose one. I don't think I lost two, but I could have potentially. I think maybe I did lose two. I don't know. It's a total of 100 acorns. Yeah, that's not bad. It's definitely not the sort of thing that you should do every day. Some people will. I could, and I'd have no issue with it. But I wouldn't, because I don't need those implants anyway. It's kind of ridiculous and pointless. But it's the sort of thing where it's like, you wouldn't use all of them. You'd probably only do like 2 or 3 extra battles, just to secure those mod parts if you happen to not get them. And that's ideally the way to do it. But otherwise, if you don't get it, if you don't happen to get it every day, then that's like still fine. You can still easily 2 to 3x your mod parts, like even getting bad scores. You're gonna hold off, need the cheat code Surge, yeah. Yeah, I didn't use Surge or Eclipse, and that didn't really do me any favors in a couple of those. Instead, I used something that was more OP. They should let us play all we want without rewards. If they're going to remove 2v2 permanently, which some people are saying that they will, I don't necessarily think that they will, but if they're removing 2v2 permanently in favor of this, then yes, I agree. I agree. Because there's no reason to remove a mode just to replace it with a different mode that's honestly, like, not... It's similar enough, but it's not that similar. But they're replacing it with a different mode that doesn't even let you play any more than 5 times for free. 10 times total. I find that rather ludicrous, as you might say. But I get the impression they're gonna add 5v5 and 2v2 back, at very least to custom modes. At very least to custom modes. The meta for Showdown is kind of the same as the current meta that we have. Yeah, and it's just 2v2 meta, really. No, you're correct. I'd say it might add... There might be like a couple other things that are viable in it, though. Just because I feel like there are some mechs where it's like, yeah, you could get a kill, but then you know that someone else is just going to immediately spawn in with something else, like after you kill them. But in this case, you can't do that. Once you kill somebody, they're just gone. And they can't spawn in with something else. A lot of the issue with, let's say, Vortex in 2v2, it's like Vortex is... The best mode for Vortex is 2v2 for sure, but... just in general, right? The biggest issue with Vortex is that you know someone's going to pull out a Surge. Even if you happen to kill whatever it is that they currently have, they'll just pull out a Surge and it'll be GG for you. But they can't do that here. And even if they pull out a Surge one round, that means that they can't pull it out the next round. So I do feel like... No more quick sponsor self-destruct. Exactly. So I feel like it adds a lot of potential new meta. I don't think it takes away any of the current, the current 2v2 meta. I don't think that any of that's going to change. But I do think it potentially adds things to that meta. But I, obviously haven't played it competitively. So I wouldn't know just yet. I don't think they would remove 2v2 entirely. Since there are events that force you to play far more 2v2 rounds than just 10, yeah. I mean, maybe they changed the events, but I don't know. I just generally agree with you. They spend time creating a game mode. It doesn't make sense that they'd remove it. Like, the game mode, it's already in the game, you know? Like... they're not helping themselves out by removing it, right? You're not saving any space on the game. I mean, like, when you download the game, it's not like it's saving you any space. I mean, maybe it is, but probably negligible. And it's not like it's saving them the time that it takes to deal with it. They already have this game, this mode in the game. It's already there. It's already in the game. So it makes no sense to just completely scrap it and to never use it again. It makes no sense. Even the Onslaught events, which are supposedly time-based, a lot of the older ones, like the Ares one, you can get on new accounts. They still use them because they don't want to scrap it entirely. They spent a lot of time on it. Obviously, they don't want to scrap it entirely. Red got the Ares one on his newer account that he made like a month or two ago. Probably 2. But the point is, they're very unlikely to scrap something entirely. And at very least, they're probably going to add it to custom modes. Upgrading mods is not necessary anymore for this mode. True, for this mode, but you can only play that mode 10 times, and it doesn't get you any A-coins. Or anything at all that earns you A-coins. Right. 1 silver crate. This is the only potential source of A-coins in this mode. 1 silver crate, yeah. So if you want to earn A-coins, or if you want to earn credits even, 1,000 credits. If you want to earn credits or A-coins, then you do have to play other modes and get like crates and stuff. And the only way to do that would be to not play that mode. So you would need upgraded mods for other modes, but yeah, in general, you're not wrong. If that's like the only mode that you play. Honestly, it's a great idea and has potential, but right now it's definitely half-baked, yeah. I mean, like I said, I would like to believe... there's obviously no one knows exactly. I'm asking them about it, but like, even if they told me what was going on, you can't necessarily believe them, because sometimes they'll just give a PR response. But I would like to believe that the issues that we're seeing are just because it's very new. It is in beta. It's a like, yeah. The mode is in beta. They will hopefully improve it, especially the matchmaking. And there's just a lot of things that they really couldn't reasonably... There's a lot of issues that they kind of can't... It's hard for them to iron them out. It's hard for them to find them and iron them out until they actually release it publicly and get a lot of people to play it and get a lot of people to test it and find those issues and figure out and like gather data on all of the different players who are having these issues. And that's why I'm saying, like, make complaints. If you think it's super, super unfair, I'm kind of, look, bad matchmaking exists in almost every mode. But it's just because they're higher SP doesn't necessarily mean that it's super unfair. So I would encourage everyone to be honest with yourself, obviously. You don't deserve to win every match. You're not going to win every match. Not every match is going to be close. You beat people by a lot sometimes, and sometimes they will beat you by a lot. Doesn't make it unfair, necessarily. Some of it could just have to do with luck, especially in a 2v2 mode where it just really all depends on what you spawn first. Or what you spawn, I suppose. Like, what you spawn versus what they spawn is basically determines who wins. So be fair about it, but there are definitely some cases where the matchmaking is absolute BS. So I would encourage everybody to, like, report those issues. Make it known. Like I said, I can, I'll give my feedback to Plarium as well, but my feedback is just myself. They don't listen to me. Just because I'm a content creator doesn't mean that they take all of my feedback into deep consideration. Like, I'm just one guy. A bunch of feedback in, like, Plarium support and that type of thing in Discord, places where they can see that there's a lot of people saying the same thing, that's going to have a lot more effect than just me saying it for you, right? I'm not going to say it for you. I mean, like, I'll say what I think, but, like, I'm not going to... You get what I'm saying. I'm not gonna explain it. Make sure you won't leave a leg. Yeah, that too. They are ruining their biggest game, don't you agree? Their Plarium's biggest game is Raid Shadow Legends, and it's not even close. So I don't know what you mean by that. I'm not familiar with Raid. If you're talking about Raid Shadow Legends, which you might, if you're talking about Raid Shadow Legends, I am not familiar with that game and like what goes on with it. I don't play it. Never have. This is better than 2v2 and it gives more resources. Yeah. I mean, it gives more stuff, that's for sure. Whether it's better than 2v2 is, I think, a preference thing. And, I mean, in fairness, if they removed CPC permanently, I would be very upset. If they removed it temporarily, I would just play something else. As in, like, I'd play a different game mode. I wouldn't care that much. Some people are making a much bigger deal out of it without knowing any of the details. I mean, some people are going to jump to conclusions. There's always going to be a few very vocal people who are going to complain a lot, and that's just the way it is. But that's not even like a Mech Arena community thing. That's just a thing in general. The people you're most likely to hear from are the people who have something negative to say, because the people who have something negative to say are the most likely to talk. 50 elite mod parts is good. He is very good. Even if you have to spend, like, what? It's 100 A coins for 5 extra battles. Even if it takes you 100 A coins to get the extra 50 elite mod parts, even just that's so good. Being able to convert any currency into mod parts. Mod parts late game is the most premium currency. The only way to get it is by spending money. And this changes that, and that's very good. Obviously, there's issues with it too, though. More like rock, paper, scissors instead of thoughtful skill. You can see what enemy spawns and you can't pick a partner, so it's just luck of the draw. I mean, that's kind of always the case, though, for 2v2. It's whoever, I mean, that's why I don't personally play 2v2, and I would never play a 1v1 mode. It's because whoever wins between two people is simply whoever has the mech or weapon that naturally counters the other. And that's all there is to it. I think being able to see who has what potentially adds more skill to it, because then you can kind of prepare for it. If they have a natural counter to you, then you can be more careful. Otherwise, 2v2 is just like, it's a lot of quick spawning. It's a lot of, you kill me with a thing, I'll just spawn the natural counter, and then I'll kill you. And then you'll spawn your natural counter, and then you'll kill me, and then I'll spawn my natural counter, and then I'll kill you. And it's kind of just whoever did it first ends up winning. Or whoever gets lucky at some point between that, the start and finish, at some point in there, whoever gets lucky and gets an extra kill ends up winning. That's what I find, or at least the way that I mentally process it. I'm perfectly okay if people prefer 2v2 over any other mode. I don't care. I'm not trying to say that 2v2 is an inferior mode necessarily. I do think it necessarily is less complex than like CPC, which maybe you don't care about complexity. Yeah, that's fine. Total trash, it's all RNG. You pick a mech and just pray it's not hard to counter. That's just any 2v2 though, right? That's what I'm saying. That's just kind of any 2v2. The best... See, here's the thing that I think a lot of people are missing out on. The aspect that I think a lot of people are missing out on is not the first round. The first round's where you test the waters. The second round's where you have a little bit more information. After... It's almost like a game of chicken. Who uses their Surge and Eclipse first? Because as soon as those are gone, then you're open to use a lot of other things. Because normally, let's say you couldn't really use like a Vortex in 2v2 super effectively. Or you couldn't use an Orion in 2v2 super effectively. Because you know that even if you do happen to get 1 kill, they're just going to immediately spawn in an Eclipse and it's GG for you. So you'll get maybe 1 kill and that's it. If that. But in this case, once someone uses their Eclipse, they don't have it anymore. There's more rounds where they have to choose other stuff. They cannot use it again. And that's, I think, the big difference. That is, I think, the big difference. You just play it on your 4K baby account using 8 energy weapons and have no mods facing modded max revoker Eclipse. See, that's interesting, because I played 6 battles on my free-to-play 4K account. And all of my matches were perfect. 0 complaints. And I mean, I just got done explaining how the matchmaking is obviously bad. But I'm talking about I'm talking about how, if they were to fix that anyway, in theory, I think that this would be a more higher skill version of 2v2. Specifically, yes, you know, if someone hard counters you, then it's kind of GG. But I think thinking about it 1 round at a time is not the way to think about it. I think you have to think of it as a whole and consider, like, do they have an Eclipse? Probably. You kind of have to wait for them to use their Eclipse for certain things, or maybe will they save their Eclipse? Like, how long are they going to hold on to their Eclipse before using it? So it's a matter of almost like mind games. They should remove EMP effect. They could remove EMP effect entirely, and I would not complain. Anyway, I'm going to go back to my free-to-play account, because I think that's what most of you all care about. I just wanted to do that so that I could find out how much it costs. Costs 100 A-coins total for 5 extra battles. And I'm just going to play some random battles now. Let's see. This is all fine. I don't really care about that, right? Thunder Reaper. Okay, bye-bye. Take care. You played max modded Eclipse versus your Missile Rack 6 Puma. That's crazy, dude. Sinner. Much appreciated. Thank you, sir. Wait, do I have... I forget. Yeah, it was a thing that I used to do a lot. Hold on, let me refresh. If we can get... Nice, 86. If we can get 100 likes on the stream, I will gift 5 memberships. Which, I have to say, not a whole lot happening in terms of channel members. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to anybody who's a channel member. I have, like, videos uploaded, like, I don't know, an hour or 2 early sometimes, but I've just been kind of falling behind in terms of that. Are you doing something wrong? I mean, I doubt it if it's your baby account. If it's your main account and you're trying to tank, if you're trying to fair tank, then that's probably your own bad. But it doesn't sound like that's what you're trying to do. So I would assume... Oh, these hangers are the same. That's annoying. I would assume that it has nothing to do with you, and it's just the matchmaking. Which I think we can all agree the matchmaking is not great. Skipped my loo. Hello. Who's the best attacker mech in your opinion? Seeker. I think it's the only meta attacker mech, if I'm not mistaken. That's spicy. Somebody kill that guy. He's starting to move. I don't want to open myself up here. This guy's an easy kill if I just do this. Yeah. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I didn't realize both of them were coming behind me. Okay. Not tanking is for scrubs. Yeah. I mean, I didn't think you were. So... I mean, if you're just using what you got, don't imagine there's anything. I mean, there's nothing you could do. So if you're just using what you have, then there's kind of nothing you could do differently, so it's definitely not your fault. Let's try that. Alright, that's not too bad. And then we'll just do... Okay, nice. So they killed him. Can I do that? Nice. Do you need League 1 to get the free mod parts? The elite ones, yes. At least the second batch. I think it's technically possible to get the first one, but you have to do really well. Which I did not. How are you entering accounts? I'm just switching accounts on Plarium Play. These are my accounts. I'm not using someone else's account. That's not allowed. I want to get some distance between me and him. There's no real reason for me to be up that far anyway. What's your favorite scout mech? I don't know, either Tengu or Mimicker. Definitely none of the dash ones. I imagine that's a bot, and I imagine he's coming for the beacon. Just like kind of trying to, yeah, predicting what he's doing here. Yo, let's go. One membership, one gifted membership. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. And it was Atlas. Oh, I can't be cooked. I'm sorry, I'm not representing right now. Hangar is the correct spelling. Yes, thank you. Finally, someone who understands the fighter things. That's what I think that's what I mentioned on their that's what I commented on their video. I was like, y'all have to actually y'all have to actually know how to spell Hangar now. They uploaded a video earlier today. I don't know if you saw it, but basically just saying, oh hey, there's the thing. And indeed there is. You don't kind of play that game that bit much. Can we choose any mech in the game or only unlocked ones? Only unlocked ones. Well, okay. So there's a specific way of getting through the gear hub, which I'm not gonna bother explaining because it would take too long, and you probably already know how. But basically, once you unlock a tier, then you still have to buy the thing. And then once you buy the thing, then you can use it. And that's about it. Planning to double Tetris 16s. That's nice. Then use it on Deathwalker. You want to try that? Tetris 16 Blockhorn and Mimicker are my two favorite Tetra rifle builds. I think they work, but they both work very well. Surprisingly, the Mimicker actually surprises me. Revoker Redeemer is working very good in this mode. I mean, yeah, it is a close quarters type of thing, so you're gonna see Revokers working pretty good in almost any mode. Yo, skip to 5. Much appreciated, sir. Optimus, Elliot, Epic, GLA, and Punisher, and Saint Sinner. Again, with whatever currency that is. I'm sorry, I don't recognize the symbol. Thank you, sir. Very much appreciated. Congrats on 17K. Thank you. It went by so literally less than 3 weeks. 16 to 17. Which was surprising. I think this month is probably the best month I've had in terms of like views, growth, whatever. There was a guy. Yeah. There was certainly a fella. Two fellas. Okay. Rupees. Okay. Thank you. Your second gifted membership. Let's go. Be back in 5. Alright. How can you join the clan? There's not currently a way. But I think after the MAQC is done, Quarterly Clash, that some people in my free-to-play clan are currently participating in. I think once that's over, I may or may not just open it up and make it public. Do 11 stickers, yeah, let's go. Can I radius him? Not really. Which aim should you select? The minimal, this one. They recently added that to mobile. Hands down best aiming mode. I say that and then I whiff, but you're just gonna have to take my word for it. How'd you join Flu, bro? Easy. Step 1 is to not leave, you freaking creeper. How could you? He's so loaded. It kind of sucks that I have to spend an entire storm rack salvo for that. Okay, yeah, he's done. Oh, that Lancer's cooked. Nice. Who's this? Oh, thank you. How did he get up there? He was on top of the box. How? Okay. It's alright. We don't ask questions here. We just accept it for what it is. Certainly an entirely valid and non-suspicious way that he got up there. That is a build of all time. 1 carbine, 1 repeater. Absolute Chad. Spot has the same build that I have on mine. Get out of here. Mine's better. Oh, he's got a Seeker. Okay, what am I gonna do about that? So here's what I'm thinking. I think I want to give myself some time to reload. He's got a cooldown anyway. I'm going to allow him to lock onto me, which he obviously will, because he doesn't know what he's doing. Hold on. Never mind, he's going to teleport this guy. Yep. Seekers have no patience. I know who he's going to teleport. As soon as there's a guy that they think is even kind of in the open or kind of vulnerable, they'll immediately teleport to him. And I can now mess this guy up. I probably should have gone for that dude first, but I don't care. Hey. Hey, how are you? Oh, wow. What level is that Arachnos? I should have gone for the salver earlier, but whatever. Pew pew! Yeah, get wrecked. Stupid. Really? You're not able to... Okay. Bro's hamster just left. Yeah. Left. Sentry left like your hamster. It's true, it's true. It's a valid comparison. Wait, excuse me? I read that as thick. Who didn't, though? There's no way that you didn't. I don't care who you are. Server maintenance in 12 minutes. Ah. I'm gonna restart, because I got that weird loading bug. It's not gonna let me do stuff. Four-star, level 7 or 5-star? Yeah. That's true, actually. Forgot to check. It was... So let's go. Yeah, no. Maxed Arachnos, that's what it was. With 2 long-arm 10s. Because why not? Maxed Paragon, 32 energy, but he's only using 16. Tell me you don't know how the energy system works. Without telling me you don't know how the energy system works. This is the only one that's actually using the correct energy. Well, this one as well, actually, never mind. It's those two. And then 10 energy. Max challenge. 10 energy on an 18 energy surge. Yeah. No, that's fine. That's definitely... no issues here. A 100 likes. Oh, is that what we have? Let me check. I have to refresh. It doesn't update in real time. I have to, like, refresh the page. Indeed it is. Let's go. There we are. And he has Namor pilots. I think bro is tanking. Nah, I think he's just got some really bad decisions. Tired. Luis Alberto. Rec 80. ATN. Daily Riddles. Very nice. Let's go. And then I technically have 5 more in the chamber, I think, for this month. But I will save them for potentially a future stream. Although it is the 24th, so I might not stream again this month. When is Overdriver coming free to play? I had no idea. It's roughly once every month that they release a... No, stop. That they release a weapon for free to play. When did they do Savant? Savant was not that long ago. Check my videos. I made a Savant video. June 24th, which is exactly 1 month ago. How about that? They might delay it a bit. They might make it 2 months just because they did Vortex recently. I don't know. And then they also might do... what's it called? Fuse Mortar as well. But I have no idea. They were supposed to do Fuse Mortar before Savant, but they did Savant instead. Oh, that's just a ping for the server maintenance. I was hoping they'd respond to my question. How does the XP system work? In the stream, it's just you get XP for talking, and you get XP for donating, and you get XP for like becoming a member and stuff like that. Is it kind of pay to win? Maybe, but it doesn't serve any purpose. Like, you're not winning anything. Being number 1 on the leaderboard thing doesn't actually do anything, and it resets every stream. I think I want this one. You literally didn't pay anything to be number 1. That means you talk a lot. I think there's a certain amount that you can talk, or like a certain amount of XP that you can get just from talking. But apparently it's quite a bit, so that's good. Definitely not because I want more money. Somebody should spend a lot of money to pass them up. I'm just saying. It's definitely worth it. Has nothing to do with anything else. I love how hanger sets became useful, right? I was never going to buy a hanger preset on my free-to-play account. It was not worth anything. Like, there's no point. But now it's worth something. Let's go. Dang it, bro. The Hunter's Mark just barely didn't last long enough. That's unfortunate. Bro, what was that? What in the scuffed dash was that, brother? Whatever. He's probably gonna spawn back up here, right? I'll give him a second. Yeah. I figured as much. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Please. It wasn't personal, I promise. Here's the thing, though. Is... Oh. Here's the thing, though. Is if somebody... Oh. Nope. Nope. Nope, that was a bad decision. Okay. Sure. Sure. You know that. He's just ignoring him going for the beacon. Yeah, fair enough. Bye-bye. Have a wonderful trip. I don't think you did. He was dodging your helix rack targeting, I know. Clearly. What I was hoping to do was to stun him from the bottom and then shoot those things up through the little hole. I didn't think he'd drop down, actually. I did not think that he would drop down. Are you? Okay, well. Yeah, he's definitely cooked. Mr. 1277. Nice. About to get on max, but still not gonna be fun if you're fighting weak people. Yeah, no, I agree. It's worse than what it normally was. Yeah, what's weird is like on my free-to-play account, I was actually getting, like, all of my matches were perfectly fine. And it seemed like, even though I was in League 2, they put me up against one guy who I think was in League 1 because he did have mods. However, he was not strong. He was not a strong player. He was very weak. And I won that match easily, right? Like, weak for a League 1 player, I should say. He was stronger than me, but that's not the point. And essentially what I'm getting is, like, he clearly was in League 1, but they put me up against him. But it still seemed like a relatively fair match, so I assumed from that that they were counting the SP along with the league, sort of. I mean, like, obviously, I don't think they should put you up against people in a separate league, period, but it seemed like, at very least, that was an indication that they were using general Hangar SP to calculate the matchmaking. But then, I go on my main account, and it's the exact opposite. I'm fighting people who are, like, easily a quarter of my SP, normally. And then gamble those 10 keys. Oh, I absolutely intended to, don't worry. Yeah, and then I go to my main one, and it's so much worse, and, like, I didn't expect that. I don't know why that was the case. I may have just gotten really lucky on my free-to-play account, to be fair. I only did play 6 battles. I kind of got close to 758 coins. That would have been nice, but oh well. I don't think I've gotten... No, I think I got 375 on this account, like, one time. 108 coins to fully do Hangar Showdown, and that's not bad, honestly, yeah. It's like... I mean, I wouldn't really use those A coins to get the implant crates, because the implant crates are kind of pointless. But if you're using those to get the mod parts, I think that's pretty fair. 100 A coins for like 100 elite mod parts. Hell yeah, brother. Mod parts are worth the A coins, though. Yeah, absolutely. Like, regardless of how disappointing it is that it forces you, like, you don't have to spend them every day. Like, I wouldn't expect everyone to spend 100 A coins every day. 100 A coins to get all the rewards is bullshit. See, again, I think there's two major schools of thought, right? There's the one on one side where people think, here is a track of free rewards, and then they actively take those free rewards away from me and force me to pay for it. That's not how I think about it, because it was never free. They didn't give it to you for free and then take it away later. The way that I see it is that they are providing a way for you to get mod parts for significantly cheaper than you'd normally have to get them for. It's a way for you to essentially spend Acoins and get mod parts at an extremely affordable rate. An extremely affordable rate. And that's the way that I see it. Now, I don't think that... I think that both schools of thought are valid in their own right. I don't think that one is necessarily, like, objectively wrong, because it is a point of view after all. But yeah, that's the way that I see it, and I don't see any reason. I would never change my opinion on that. I think that that's the more reasonable of the two from my own perspective, but I can of course understand why some people would see it from the other perspective. They really need to increase the ways to earn free Acoins. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. If you don't want to spend Acoins, then ignore the game mode and stay where you're at. That is true, yeah. Like, there's nobody's forcing you to get anything, right? It's not like they took away the mod parts from the weekly tasks, added them to that mode, and then forced you to spend Acoins on it. If they did that, then yes, I'd be with you. But that's not what they did. It is simply a way to very cheaply get additional mod parts. And I think that's perfectly fine. You could opt to not get them. I don't think that's like, just because it's there doesn't mean you deserve to get it. It's like the playoffs with 10,000 Acoins. I think a lot of people see that, and they think that because it's there, that means that they deserve to have it. And so when they see that those playoffs are always really pay to win, which they are, they see that as, I had 10,000 Acoins in the bag and Plarium actively took that away from me. Like, no, you didn't. You never had it. You're no worse off now than you were if that never existed. No, I don't like the pay-to-win events, obviously, because I think it's, like, pointless. And it is annoying to see them. And it is annoying that it costs Acoins to get more tickets, but at the end of the day, it's like, it's not that big of a deal. I think if you're making a big thing out of it, that's... If you want to make a big deal out of it, if you want to make a big thing out of it, then, like, let's talk about the matchmaking, right? I think that's a perfectly valid stance to take against it. If you want to complain about the matchmaking, perfectly understandable. It is objectively very bad. Is Panther worth making 20 energy? It should start at 20 energy, I don't know what you mean. I assume you got it a long time ago. If you don't have two 10 energy weapons to use on it, that would be better than two 8s that you are probably currently using, then, like, don't bother. The extra HP that you get is really nothing. Panther's still gonna be super weak in terms of HP. And it's not gonna allow you to equip mods or anything. The only benefit that ranking up does is it gives you more energy capacity. So if you can't currently use the energy capacity, then just don't bother. %80 of the rewards for playing the mode are practically useless. Or in too low a quantity to be good. Okay. But there's some rewards in there that are really good. And it's definitely worth having, right? Not everything needs to be the absolute thing of your dreams, best thing that's ever existed. You know? I don't know what you expected it to have. Like, what is your idea of a reasonable reward track? Because I get the impression that your idea of reasonable is entirely unrealistic. And I know you're probably going to lie. A lot of people, okay. Well, I shouldn't say that. It sounds very accusatory. It would be, I'll say, okay, let me rephrase that then. It would be easy to lie. It would be easy to lie and to say, all I want is this one thing that the game doesn't give me. And I couldn't prove you wrong on that, but if they did give it to you, would you still complain? Probably. Like, it would be easy to lie, is what I'm trying to say. find the reward track decent. Yeah, my main concern is the lower, what's it called? Leagues. I think the matchmaking is really bad, and the matchmaking could cause you to lose out on a lot of the rewards. Don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not saying that the mode is fine how it is. Absolutely not. You want to be able to get the rewards they advertise the mode with. Again, it's the same thing as, like, the playoff, the 10,000 A-coin playoff. It's like people see that and they're like, I am owed this thing because it shows it in the game as a thing that I could potentially get. So therefore I am owed it. I think that's not really... I mean, okay, going back to, and this is why I said that both schools of thought are valid. I think that it's okay to think like that. I would encourage you not to think like that, because they're not going to change things, and thinking like that is simply going to make you very angry all the time, and very upset about everything that they do. So, I would personally recommend, for your own sanity, and just for your own personal satisfaction, to not expect, like, things that you know that they're not going to do. If it's an absolute deal breaker for you, then yeah, sure, go ahead, like, play a different game or whatever. Like, if you don't enjoy it, then don't play it. I'm not saying that you have to enjoy it. I'm just saying that there's two ways of thinking about it. And I think that the one way of thinking about it is, though in itself not necessarily wrong, I think it is guaranteed to lead you down a place where you're just going to be miserable always. You're much less extreme about it than you sounded a bit ago, because you were freshly pissed off. Okay, I mean, fair enough. Fair enough. And again, like, if it is the way that you think is, like, I think everyone, regardless of effort, it shouldn't cost you anything to get every reward. I mean, it's not that you can't get it, it's that it would cost you A-coins to get it, right? I think even the A-coin cost is worth it, because it's 100 A-coins for 100 elite mod parts. That's, like, sure thing, buddy. And then the only thing you're missing out on is maybe an implant crate, which everyone knows is not going to give you anything useful anyway. So, like, so that's not important, even in the slightest. But, I mean, at the same time, like, yes, I understand. And some games would, right? Some games would, if they advertise it as, like, here's the things that you could earn. Some games would allow anyone of any, of any standing. They would allow anyone to earn those things. Some games would do that. This is not one of them, and I think we all know that that's not one of them, and so it's, like, a certain amount of expectations that I think is worth having, I suppose. I never liked 5v5, so good riddance. That's crazy. I mean, same, but I understand why people are really angry about the removal of 5v5 and 2v2. Alright, hold on, they just responded to me. I have a follow-up question that I want to mention, because I know people are going to ask this, so I don't want to say what they said. I don't hate the free rewards, but they only really exist there to draw your attention toward the paid rewards. I mean, maybe. I mean, the entire point of the game is to monetize it, right? The game exists so that they can monetize it, obviously. So I think there's some level of... I think there's... I don't like the degree to which they monetize certain things, and I think that there's certain monetization tactics that they use that are misleading, specifically Crate Rush, the skewed drop rates for Crate Rushes. I think people look at this and they automatically assume that it's even drop rates when it's not. I think that's the most egregious thing that they do. However, I do believe that there is some responsibility on the player to not blindly assume that everything that's possible to get is worth getting, and everything that they could pay for is worth paying for. I think there's a responsibility on every player that is, like, it's their responsibility to be able to determine that. I don't think that games should necessarily be forced to make sure that every single purchase is the greatest purchase of your life. Compensation was 58 coins, gold crate, and 2k credits. For what? Compensation for what? I'm not aware of any compensation. Not the Hangar presets, because they told me that they weren't going to be compensating people for those. A tactical credit card solves everything. I mean, if you have infinite money, then go ahead. But again, it's like if you don't plan on spending a bunch of money, or if you want to progress as quickly and tactically as possible, I do not think that it is the game's job to force you into meta progression. You know, I don't think that it's the responsibility of the game to make sure that everything you buy is the best thing to buy. I don't think so. Server issues between 1 to 3 a.m. UTC on July 22nd. Oh. 2-hour server maintenance? They do server maintenances all the time, bro. I'll take 58 coins for 2 hours of server maintenance. Oh, yeah. Is it a good idea to get double Graviton 10? Yeah, probably. These low-rank miniguns aren't doing a whole lot of good for Panther, to be honest. I think I'd be better off ranking up the miniguns and then putting, like, double 8s on Aegis or something. It's good to have the miniguns, especially the 10, because long-term you can use double 10 on, like, an Eclipse or something. So it's just really good to have them, but it's the immediate value is not super high, and I'm pretty sure I said that in both cases for both of the events. I'm pretty sure I did say that it's like the immediate value is not super high, but it is something that you're going to want to get long term, and it saves you from having to buy it. Howler Surge? Nah, I wouldn't go for that. Howler's not very good. It does really bad against mods, so as soon as you start progressing to where you start facing people with mods, it's going to do really bad. Weapons to reach stage 5. I have a video linked in the description, the top video. It shows you everything that you should get in every tier. Saw a pay-to-win guy using double Viper 16. He prefers them on top of minigun because of the reload. He's probably a casual player. He's definitely not a competitive player. Competitively, Viper will never work because there's too many stealth to mechs. In general, it's fine. Like, it's an okay weapon, but it's not a competitive weapon. So if you want the best performance possible, you wouldn't use Viper. You got the miniguns, but you really shouldn't have. They're way too low level for me to use. Yeah, that's fair. And if you have something else to replace them with, then yeah, probably... I mean, I tried to say, it's like, you know, if you have something else, that's like, go ahead and use that. But... you know, it's cheaper to get them. It was cheaper to get them and then rank them up a couple times. It would be way cheaper to get them and rank them up twice than it would be to buy them straight up and then rank them up once, right? It's way cheaper that way. So you are, like, if you did plan on getting the minigun, or if you didn't have anything, or if, you know, having the minigun is just keeps you from having to get something else, it can save you a lot of A coins later down the road. It's just not immediate value. Saints are much appreciated, sir. you're not able to get legendary pilots. Why? Because they're too expensive or some other reason? So you won't get the Viper 8? The Viper 8s do really good. Mostly because they start at rank 5. So if you need more tier stars, then go ahead and get Viper 8. You may as well. The Viper 8 Aegis is gonna... It works way better than my Minigun 8 Aegis, simply because this is rank 3. And this is rank 5. That's significantly stronger. How many blueprints does it cost to double Graviton? 19 for any legendary item, mech or weapon. You have Viper and Deathwalker achievement complete. Or Viper Deathwalker achievement complete. Can I show you my Plarium play? No. As in my Plarium ID is in the description, the stream description. Showing you my Plarium play physically, that's not gonna happen. It's a weird request anyway. Panther can weave out, even out of the barrier, which destroys anyone who's been getting carried by Revoker builds. Yeah. A lot of the time. A lot of the time. If you know what you're doing. If you know what you're doing, you can beat Revoker spammers. Like, people complain about matchmaking and all that. About, oh boy, you know, I mean, like, the new mode matchmaking is obviously garbage. I'm not talking about that. But people complaining about regular matchmaking. And how... There's an alarm going off. And how, you know, oh, someone's SP is higher than mine, so it's completely unfair. I've only had, like, one battle ever on this account where the match was, like, legitimately unfair. And I actually had no chance of winning. There's only been, like, one battle on this account where that was ever happening. I'm gonna crash that so I can do that. I didn't know how close I needed to get. I maybe should have done it sooner, though. Okay. Those kind of hit hard, I'm not gonna lie. Dorny ass, bro. That's a crazy question. That's hilarious. Maybe your ears are gay. I don't know. I call. Stuck in the middle point of playing in League 1, but all my weapons are 10 energy. Yeah. Oh, it could be a lot worse, trust me. Because you could have a full hanger of rank 5 stuff, not even rank 6. Like, sounds like you have rank 6. You could have a full hanger of rank 5 and still be in League 1. Which is kind of terrible. Can I, like... Ow, stop. Someone needs to kill that guy. Because I can't really Lancer it up without him being a little piece of crap. This guy. Nice. Thank you to whoever that was. It's incredible. I took so many shots, dude. Mech the monk has a ulti. It's dangerous. Hey, excuse me. I love these bots, dude. Legendary mechs with epic weapons. Epic mechs with legendary weapons. And then there's just a pulse cannon shadow. I was like, okay, yeah. Have at the noble warrior. Like, 0 chance there's any, like... You stand just as much chance of killing people as anybody else, for sure, buddy. Oh, wow. Okay, so this one guy just doesn't want to play the game. That's what's happening. He's got mortars on top of... Oh, no. No. Okay, at least that was a Viper Shadow and not Pulse Cannon. We might be cooked, though. Really? It's not done. Stop. No. Frick off. You suck. I have no idea what that is. Quantum gun. Nah, it doesn't matter. I don't know what my teammate was doing through all of that. I hate PvP because I always make the team lose. That's crazy. Most people wouldn't admit that. I think I'm the only person who liked Fight. I've heard a couple of people who like it. Like, I understand some people like different. There's a different game mode. Some people are going to have that as their favorite game mode. Like, even if most people don't like it, some people will like it. So. I think every mode should be available in custom matches, just in general, because it's like, yeah, maybe it's your favorite. Even like free-for-all, it's like, you could play it in tournaments, but only sometimes, right? You shredded a Dreadnought and make him angry, he gonna take revenge. Yeah, no, he did, for sure. You tried Gemini on Lightswing and Nomad. You liked it more on Nomad. Yeah, the thing with Gemini, I feel like it fires a little bit too straight. Like when I use like Stormcrack on Lightswing, for example, I usually let my bottom couple missiles hit the wall or something. It's just because you can keep your hitbox mostly out of sight and just kind of peek out and do that. Another issue is kind of like the delay between the two rockets for. What's it called? Gemini. So I think it requires overall a slightly more exposure time, which is not good for Lightswing. Fast mechs with Gemini is better than slow mechs. I mean, fast mechs in general are better than slow mechs. I don't think there's a single weapon where fast mechs aren't better. So, there's that to be said. Doesn't look like a monster. Ha. I raise you. Different colored monster. Redeemer, if legendary, I would use Gemini with it. Yeah, fair enough. I want to try this. My Panther is not, like, phenomenal, so, but I want to try to use it wherever I can. Because I still, even still, I haven't used it that many times. So I'm still kind of just getting used to it at this SP. I feel so bad because I threw a game for my teammate earlier. It was around 5 of 5, the new mode we had. Surge and Vortex, but I clipped a wall. One of the Christmas maps and hold on. Got destroyed by a Nomad and lost. Yeah. The dash whiff, that never feels good. Never feels good. It's okay though. I may or may not have contributed to my team's downfall a couple times. Is that a freaking slingshot? Brother, get back here. Yeah, what do you think is gonna happen? I'm on it. Hi. I have to go. Please run. Go away. Okay. You're in CPC? I am, yes, because I ran out of battles to play in the other mode. You can only play 5 for free. I did spend day coins to play 1 more, but I'm not going to spend any more than that. Oh, he might crash that, if he knows how. No, I don't think he knows. I don't think he knows that he can crash it. He probably thinks that he has to crash me specifically. Do you like the maxed version of the new one? I think the fact that it auto-maxes everything is kind of cool. It evens the playing field a bit more. but only to a degree. The matchmaking on it is ultimately pretty bad, and it needs a lot of work. And I'm hoping that they're, you know, willing to change the matchmaking in it. I assume so. I mean, as far as I'm aware, the matchmaking is an ever-evolving demon. Like, it's impossible to make it perfect, so I would hope that they'd at least continue trying. See, the thing about you is that you're stupid. Yeah, that's what I thought. How is he missing me? Okay. It's not a bastion, right? That is not a bastion, okay. Stop. I didn't know if I had to run or not. If that was a bastion, I had to get out of there. I was just blinded because I thought it duplicated the weapons, so that was a tad disappointing. Oh, no. You still use the same weapons and mechs that you currently were using. Yeah, that was a thing that I kind of mentioned, is like they should... because they max out your mech, right? To where, let's say, for example, my Aegis right now is rank 4, and it has 16 energy capacity. If I were to max it out, I would have 24 energy capacity, which is 50% more than I currently have. So I think that they should buff your weapon damage output, not necessarily change which weapons you're using, because some weapons don't have certain energy variants, but just buff your weapon damage output. It's gonna max my Viper 8s, but that's still 16 energy on a maxed Aegis, which should have 24 energy. So I think that in this case, they should buff my... They should see what I'm using, and then they should buff my weapon damage output by 50% to compensate for the energy that I'm not currently using. And I think that would be a nice start. But apart from that, yeah, I think one of the bigger issues is that they're allowing League 2 players to play against League 1 players. Potentially League 3 as well. I saw so many people running Eclipse with a single Revoker 16 thinking that they'd get double Revoker 16 Eclipse. That's crazy, dude. Though to be fair, I did fight one guy who had, like, a lot of mechs had one... a lot of his mechs had, like, a single weapon on it, and I think he was trying to tank. I think he was trying to lower his SP to where he gets easier enemies. He was still in League 1, obviously. But it is also sort of SP-based, I think. But I don't know. He could have also just been messing around with it. I have no idea. You thought it would duplicate the 12? I don't know why you'd think that, though. Like, it's going to rank it up to where you're able to use 2, but it's not going to physically equip you with something that you didn't already have. Like, if you didn't equip it, then you're not going to be able to use it, right? Like, just because it maxes you out doesn't mean it's going to buy mods for you and then put them on, right? Because you don't have mods on that mech, right? So it's not going to equip them. Doesn't make any sense. It's strange that so many people thought that. But I guess it kind of depends on, like, I guess it kind of depends on, like, how people explain it. Could even be an issue on my end, where it's like the way that I explained how it worked was sort of implied that. In which case, I don't apologize. Ah, got him. It's stupid the amount of damage that my max Overdriver 16 does on my max Blockhorn. Blockhorn is crazy, dude. I love it. The amount of damage output on that thing is wild. So if you can use the shield to effectively block, like, surges and whatever, and even eclipses, and just put a barrier between you and them, you will shred them. You will make their day miserable, bro. Like, it's GG. Okay, well, that is a bot, so he's probably gonna shoot through the blind anyway. Cut that out, stupid. Yeah, that's what I thought. They have 4 of the 5 beacons. That's not good. Hi. I marked you. Even if you use it now, it doesn't matter. I still marked you. Uh-oh. What is that? Oh. Just helix track. I'm probably dead here. But that's okay. I don't really want to own us. I don't really want to be in that for too long anyway. What is this? Hi. Bye. Bro just stood there and took it. He's like, I can take it. Yes, you can. You can also die. No. Please and thanks. Okay, I'm gonna wait. He's out of ammo. I was just listening for his pod guns. Oh, that's strike rocket. That's spicy. He will kill me if he gets me with that, though. Wait. Okay. He has a couple seconds extra to... yeah, the strike rocket's got me. I don't think there's really any way around that. Pod gun and strike rocket's kind of... GG for Lancer. I will... mess you up. I kind of instinctively thought that I was a Zephyr, and so I used my abilities simply because I wanted to EMP him. A Zephyr is not what I am. Which is surprising, I know. Oh, wow. They had 4 for a little bit. And we just have 3 for... We've kept 3 for long enough, we've already passed them in influence. And this is, fellas... This is... honestly, the way that I usually win. Is by allowing people to be overly aggressive, and then they burn all of their mechs. They burn all of their mechs, getting and keeping a lead for a little while, and then I just light them up and I win by sheer tenacity over time. Nice. Good shield. I am dead. Died to his mine. That's unfortunate. Pineapple, well, there we go. This guy. Yeah, the beacons got him the MVP. As is usually the case. What's your favorite mech of the 3 Nomad Surge Eclipse? Probably Eclipse. Because, like, you can still use it wrong. Technically, Nomad's the worst of the 3. Eclipse has just, like, such a cheater ability, and it's everywhere. But I find it slightly more entertaining to play. Surge is just stupid. My second favorite would be Nomad. Surge is ridiculous. Just, like, full stunning someone to where they literally can't move while you just, like, beat the crap out of them, and there's literally nothing they can do about it. It's such a ridiculously lame way to play. I mean, I understand why people use it. They use it because it's good, and I mean, if you're going to spend 10,000 acorns on something, it may as well be something that's good. So I'm not bashing anyone who uses it. I'm just saying that I wouldn't use it unless it's a competitive match. Is it worth getting the regular perimeter on? No. Every single mech does better with perimeter multilayer, except for Lacewing, which does better with solid blockade. That is it. Surging Clips is more than enough, so Nomad's just an option, yeah, pretty much. That's exactly the reason I prefer playing Salver versus Surge. I know that it's difficult to, like, the game really rewards aggressive playstyle, right? They really reward that. So I find it's difficult to actually win, like, playing passively, but I think It's pretty rewarding, at least for me. Any guesses to when Jovers will be in Gear Up? Not soon enough. I need Jover 8s on all of my mechs. When am I gonna max Tengu? I don't think that I will. I don't think that I will. So here's the thing. Probably at some point I'll explain this somewhere else. I'll just explain it for the sake of explaining why I'm not going to. On this account, I intend to have everything relatively the same. So I'm going to keep my epic mechs rank 4. I'm going to keep my legendary weapons rank 5, with maybe the exception of some 10 energy weapons to duplicate them and put them on Panther, because those are usually pretty good, specifically Graviton Beam, because there's no Graviton 8. But otherwise I don't, I'm not gonna duplicate, I'm not gonna rank up any of these weapons. I'm not going to rank up any of my pilots past rank 5. I'm not going to, like, duplicate Revoker or Storm rank 10 or anything like that. Obviously, right? And the reason is because I want to stay rank 4 forever. Okay, for a while, until I have everything. Until I have, like, Particle Beam 10 and 6, Disc Launcher 8, maybe Viper 6 as well, I don't know. Disruptor 6. There's a lot of things that I still want to buy. Repeater 10 and 6. There's a lot of things that I still want to buy, and I want to experiment with these things and figure out how they do at this stage of the game, because I think this is one of the most crucial stages of the game. It's right before you get to rank 7. And I think I can pretty accurately... What was I gonna say, dude? I lost my train of thought. Accurately, what was I gonna use with that word? I can stay at this SP for a while, right? And at some point I will get everything. And at that point, yeah, maybe I'll just move on, right? Maybe I'll just get to tier 7, buy Brick House or something, and then just have fun with that, I don't know. But in general, my goal is to stay at around this performance level. Not necessarily squad power, but this performance level. And the performance level is what brings me to the reason that I will not max out my Tengu. And that is because, generally speaking, each grade lower a mech or weapon is a rank, is essentially a rank lower, right? So a rank 4 epic mech performs at some specific level. And the same with weapons. A rank 4 epic item performs at some specific level. In order for a rare mech, which is a tier lower, in order for that to perform at the same level, it needs to be 1 rank higher, in which case Tengu would need to be rank 5 to perform about the same as a rank 4 epic. And it goes even further for uncommon. For uncommon, it would be rank 6. And for common, it would be max level. That's the reason that my Lancer is maxed. Well, also because it only maxes out at 16 energy, so like I can, use decent energy on it. I probably wouldn't max my Paragon anytime soon, because I'm not going to get 2 16 energy weapons anytime. But essentially, yes. So in order for, even though Lancer's power is 863, if I remove this, is it still 863? I don't know. I could check the stats and just... Yeah, the power is 860. I think that's just the mech. It doesn't include the mod. So it's 863 for that, and then, like, let's say you 450, right? So even though the squad power of a higher ranked lower tier thing is much higher, or we could compare, I probably shouldn't compare light to medium, I should probably compare like let's compare heavy to heavy, right? So Panther is currently 326. A maxed Paragon is going to be 678. Yeah, so it's like almost 3 times. It's a significant difference. But even though the SP difference is there, the performance gap is not. So like this performs about on par with my epic mechs, which is generally true. And you can see that in there are very few weapons that you can actually look at where like the weapon is so similar between multiple ranks that you can actually use that data. Like really the only thing that you have to go off of is like slingshot and killshot in terms of mechs. But you can generally look at that data and that like the mech HP, the ability damage, and you can in general see a pattern where each grade is worth about 1 extra rank. And this is why even though like a max lancer is really good right now, I can't upgrade this anymore, right? So if I continue to progress to a point where I cannot continue using things that perform on par with rank 4 epic, I now need to use things that perform on par with rank 5 epic or rank 6 epic, my lancer stops keeping up. It's keeping up right now because a maxed common performs the same, roughly, as a rank 4 epic. Obviously different mechs with different abilities perform differently, but you guys understand what I'm saying. A general performance expectation. And if I were to need higher performance out of my epics, or if I were to get legendary mechs that are rank 5 or something, then all of a sudden, you know, a maxed out lancer doesn't cut it. And it doesn't cut it, but it's also, this is the highest it's ever going to get. So I can't continue to upgrade it and keep making it stronger. This is why I think a lot of people, they say really good things about, like, you know, ranked up Ares or whatever, these low tier high rank mechs. They work good for a while, but there is a strict cutoff point to where they stop being useful. And it's a rather sudden cutoff point. It's not just like this always performs worse than this. No, like, my Lancer performs better than my Panther currently. Mostly because it has mods, and mostly because it has Stormwreck. But, or even just my Zephyr, right? My Lancer performs better than my Zephyr currently, just in general. But there is a point where the performance is going to fall off if I start to progress past this stage, and I get like 5k SP, 6k SP. I start to need something that's a bit heftier than this. And there's nothing else I can do with that outside of just like fully beefing up the mods, which I suppose I could do. But that doesn't really go that far, to be honest. You can buy Graviton? I cannot, no. I can almost buy... Actually... Revoker 10 is... exactly 700,000 credits, isn't it? Yeah. I could easily get those credits from these crates. I am not going to do it on stream, because I'm going to do it in a video instead. Because more people watch the videos than they do the streams. So, yeah, I'm going to make a video out of that, so I'm not going to do it on stream, but I will do it later. Very cool. Just 20k credits to Graviton? Yeah, but I'd rather have Revoker. Not because I prefer Revoker over Graviton necessarily, but because, I mean, just look at this, right? My Graviton 10, I have 10 blueprints. I could not, even if I had infinite credits right now, I simply don't have the blueprints to be able to rank this up to rank 6 and use 2 of them. If I could, then I would. But I don't. So regardless of how many credits I have, there's no point in buying this and upgrading it just to continue to not use it. A single Graviton's really bad. Double Graviton's really good, and I would use that on Panther, but a single Graviton would be pointless and I wouldn't use it. So to me, there's no point in spending credits on this right now when I could spend it on something that I would use and continue to let myself gradually accumulate blueprints. I need 19 in order to get it, along with a certain number of A-coins. I need 19 and some A-coins to get it to rank 6. So up until that point, I'm not going to even bother buying it, because it's like I could buy something else that actually gives me immediate value. And I think also people have been waiting a long time for me to buy Revoker 10. I've been putting it off for so long. I don't need it. Revoker 6s work fine. You don't know how Will feels to be alone. This guy, he's talking like he knows some things. $97. Oh yeah, 97 viewers. Damn. I don't think that's bots. I've had bots before, and it was like 3,000. Wait, no. What was like 10,000 viewers? But they were all bots. I don't know how that even happened, but this I'm pretty sure is legit. Welcome everybody. Ember guns are very good. True. It used to be 102 when you joined. Oh, it's 102 right now. There you go. Screw Revoker. Yeah, real. But I think a lot of people want to get it, and it's something that I've been meaning to get at some point, so it's like, yeah, whatever. I'll do it. I mean, what else would I get realistically? Disc launcher? I already know that that's not going to go very well. I actually kind of... I shouldn't have said that, because now I actually kind of want it. Because, like, thinking about it... Like this. Or even this. I'm using Helix Rack. I still have... I have a 5th mech with a really bad weapon. Right? The only way to not be using a really bad weapon is to use minigun. Right? So this is like my best lineup right here. On this account currently. Storm Rank, Revoker, Podgun, Minigun, Viper. So, and the minigun's really only usable on Panther, right? So if I'm not using Panther, or if I want to use something else on Panther, then just by default, I'm going to be using at least one build with a really crappy weapon. Which is like either, I mean, Quantum Gun I have on Orion, that's just for the achievement though. But otherwise, like, Helix Rack, like on this Zephyr or Cryo Launcher. Which is not the worst, but it performs worse, right? It's not as good. And so, if I were to get Disc Launcher, I would be in a significantly better position, I think, actually. Disc Launcher should perform way better than Helix Rack. And that would be a lot more entertaining, as opposed to the Revoker 10, the thing about it, the reason I've held off on it for so long, is just the fact that it doesn't afford... It doesn't allow me any extra opportunities. It doesn't afford me any extra opportunities. It is literally just a 30% damage buff to my Zephyr build. My Revoker Zephyr build. Or whatever Revoker build I have. It's just a 30% damage buff to my Revoker build. Which in itself is good. Like, that's a good damage buff. But it's not giving me any new opportunities. It's just buffing the thing that I already have. And I find, like, I would rather be trying new things. Fuse Mortar Lancer. Yeah, I mean, yeah, maybe. I would... It doesn't have an artillery task, does it? I mean, there's no way, right? Assault and Gauss Rifle, guided, yeah. Well, actually, another thing that's worth mentioning is that Disc Launcher would help a lot for guided achievements. Helix Rack is not ideal. Especially if you don't have implants. Especially if it's double 8s and you don't have implants. So it doesn't perform well. You're gonna get big Jungus? Probably eventually, but it's not currently, like, on the to-do list, right? There's a lot of other things that I plan on getting in terms of weapons that cost credits. And I'm still 13 tier stars away, which would require me to buy a lot of things from tier 6 that I don't necessarily plan on buying. Well, although I will get Sentinels, that's 4. What else will I get? Well, actually, yeah, just 2 10 energy weapons. Graviton 10, Particle Beam 10, or Repeater 10. Oh, gotta get Repeater 10 right now, let's go. Graviton 10, Particle 10, Repeater 10. That alone would get me there, not even counting Sentinel. But I also want Chain Gun 10. Podgun 10 is another one where it's like, it's just a buff to what I already have, and so I probably won't get it anytime soon. Yeah, so I will naturally unlock that tier at some point, but there's so many credits that I plan on spending. Repeater 10 is coded, trust. At this SP, actually, I think it might be. I think it could be pretty darn good. But yeah, there's a lot of things that I want to get, and I want to try them at this rank, at this SP, to figure out if they're good early on. Because there's a lot of things that don't work well later, at max level. And I know that they don't work well, like Disc Launcher, or Particle Beam, Or even Viper. Viper does not work that well later, like late game max level. It doesn't. But those same things work very, very well in the earlier stages for multiple different reasons. Mostly because enemies don't have as many stealth mechs. They're not spamming. There's less surges and eclipses. And there's also less mods, so you can kill things easier with certain things. So, yeah, like multiple reasons for certain things being good, but Stormrack 10 is actually a must too. I'm not sure if you know this, but I have Stormrack 10 on Lancer. You'll get Graviton when you get to 2.6, yeah, fair enough. Repeater / minigun Panther. Yeah, sounds OP. I still use dual Revoker 10s on Eclipse because I don't have the blueprints to max it. Yeah, fair enough. And Revoker 12 costs a lot anyway. And you'd have to buy it and then upgrade and then duplicate it. Is it just you that gets Graviton 8 at 4 stars for free for the monthly calendar? Well, there is one thing to be said, and the thing that should be said about that specifically is that Graviton 8 doesn't exist. So I am going to call cap on that. I think what you mean is Particle Beam 8. I already knew what you meant. It's Particle Beam 8. And no, I know of several other people who got it. I don't know why I didn't get it. I was hoping to get it. I thought it'd be cool. I'm going to save, actually, for that reason. That's a good point. I'm glad you brought that up, because it does kind of remind me. I should save Particle Beam for last. When I'm buying all these different things, like even Chain Gun, whatever. I should save Particle Beam for last, because there's a very real chance that I just get the 2 8s from here, and I could use 2 8s from here as opposed to having to buy the 10 and the 6. That would save me a lot of credits and a lot of time. Disc Launcher Lancer is kind of fun to use. It's probably true. Disc Launcher at this SP, I don't think it's that bad. I think it's actually pretty strong. I doubt it's going to be as good as Viper, but we'll find out. It's definitely one of those ones that I want to get. You got Tengu for free when you joined 3 weeks ago? Yeah, I also did that. Well, I didn't get Tengu for free on this account, but I got the thing in this, right, in the daily login program. And it compensated me with the 8 coins that it was worth instead, the 420. Season 56 rewards. It's just blueprints that I haven't collected. And the reason I haven't collected them is because I'll save them for tomorrow. And I can use that to partially finish the, get 120 blueprints task. Which inadvertently saves me from having to open as many crates as I would otherwise have to. And I like saving crates, not for any specific reason, but just because I like to save them. Graviton blueprints? I'm not getting Graviton blueprints from those crates or anything. Like, even if I got really lucky, I'd get maybe 2, but I need 9, so it's like it's not gonna happen. Do a series with budget mechs. I kind of want some of the mechs like Stalker and Brickhouse. I mean, the free-to-play account is basically that. Not sure what you mean by that. You got a Revoker Troll from the Revoker crate when they became free-to-play. It's the luckiest on crate I've ever been. Oh, that's true. I forgot that existed. I think I've only gotten like lucky on crate rushes like 2 or 3 times. Way back in the day when Disc Launcher 8 was new, I got Disc Launcher 8 first try. I recall that specifically. Disc Launchers have more burst damage than Viper. Yeah, but significantly lower overall damage. And I can mitigate the downside of I can mitigate the downside of high exposure by simply putting it on a shielded mech, like you just. Max your minigun 10 for Eclipse or max your Graviton 10? I would not max any 10 energy weapon. Because ideally you'd max your mechs and then you'd use 12 energy weapons instead. Right? And then you just have to invest in those all over again. Don't upgrade your 10 energy ones. Get them to rank 60, you can use 2, for sure. But then all of your credits after that should be going into your mechs, because you're eventually going to replace those weapons. The only crew you got lucky on when they used to give a free coin for them was Disc 16. Yeah, I think mine also, the Disc Launcher 8, I think that also was with a free token, now that you mention it. Yeah, back then when they used to do, there was only 10 prizes, they'd pretty regularly give 1 free token, and the drop rates were all even, and it only cost $100 for the whole thing. Those were the days. I say only $100 as if that's a small amount, but like, I think you guys don't understand. Like, I'm just saying that because compared to nowadays, it's 150 for this day. It's so stupid. It's so much more expensive, and the drop rates are skewed. It's definitely it's definitely things that has not gone unnoticed on my part. I don't appreciate it, but it's like at the same time, what are you gonna do? Apart from not spend on those crates, right? How would a legendary panther sound with 30% damage boost? That's literally Blockhorn, essentially. That's what Blockhorn is, and it's really, really strong. More than the Stormrex, though, that 11 second. I don't know who you're replying to. Well, I assume you're not replying to anything that I said. Wasn't Disc the first weapon that didn't get put on the progress path? Yes, that was the first weapon to release since the global launch of the game, I think. Because it released alongside pilots, basically, and pilots were the thing that released, like, basically right when the game went public, I think. But it's been like 4 years, so I might be misremembering now. Redux is underrated, true. Honestly, true. It's really not worth the 10,000 A coins. Like, if they made it credits, then it's like, maybe you should actually kind of get it, but... It is better than people give it credit for. It's still bad, but it's better than people give it credit for. And so there's that. Can you tell me to buy good weapons? Yes. G Manjula 216. Buy good weapons. There you go. Done and done. I've done my due diligence. You're welcome. Happy to be of service. Is Stormreiki just good? Nah, not really. I have it in one of my hangars for the achievement, that's all. Timothy, I'm sorry, that is a full paragraph, my guy. I'm not reading all that. I'm probably could. How much of that did I... A decent amount. A decent amount. I will be more careful from now on, though. He did kind of catch me in a spot where like, there wasn't a whole lot I was going to be able to do, regardless. So I just full sent it, because I knew I was cooked. Oh, I mean, bro, almost... He actually almost... He almost timed that really well, those helix tracks. He tried timing that. He tried timing them with my dome going down, which he almost did. Okay, so I want to be at the back of the dome, so that when he inevitably teleports to me, he fires into the dome because he teleported to the other side of the dome, and then I kill him even though I still only have 3,000 HP left. Because he's a nerd and I'm not. How about that? Oh, the Helix Rack guy died. That's good to know. He's focused on the other guy. Is there a stealth something? That isn't... I am dead. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do this. Okay. I knew I was cooked, so I just quickly swapped so I could protect that beacon. I am so dead. I didn't even kill him, really? Oh, double tons, actually. That's good for him. I'm doing this. He's gonna crash it. He's gonna crash it. There's no way he doesn't, right? Yeah, that's unfortunate. Okay, thank you, random bot. Is minigun Sentinel good? Sentinel in general is not good. This is my last mech. I have to be so careful right now. I should not have spawn center. If any one of you were thinking that I shouldn't have spawned center, I agree with you. In hindsight, okay, well. You're gonna play the new meta? Okay, bye-bye. Okay, I mean, this guy's got a rank, it's rank 3, but he does have an Eclipse, so maybe... Is it just him, actually... Him and 2 bots versus 1 bot. Never mind, there's 2 of them. I know that's a player. My guy might be cooked, yeah. Hopefully he's got more. We have all the beacons, though, actually, now that I'm looking at it. So unless these are the only 2... No, he still has 1 more. Rank 3 Chungus. Mess him up! Sit on him. He won't know what to do. We win by influence. We had a lot of shadow bots. Revoker Redeemer's kind of cursed, and you like Nade Launcher Redeemer more. Yeah, that's fair. I have Revoker Redeemer only because it's an achievement thing. Not Revoker specifically, but close quarters. Otherwise, yeah, I would not use it. I don't think Redeemer is not suited for close quarters weapons. Oh, the weekly rewards is 450. Not 450, but 400 of this and 50 of this. So that's... We'll say it's like every 5 days. So in 5 days, you can get 500 of these. This is theoretically, obviously, on this account, I didn't get those. But I don't care, because the only mech I can put mods on is Lancer anyway, so it doesn't matter to me. So over the course of 5 days, you get 6 times the basic parts, but you get 11 times the elite parts? I think, yeah. That's crazy. Good to see, though. You were looking through your Pokemon cards just because, and I apparently have a card worth $250. Ungraded, another that's about 175. That's crazy, dude. I don't think I've ever owned any Pokemon cards. But some of those can get some crazy value. Hi, follow. Is minigun 12 worth it for that many Acorns? Probably not. So you should probably get like other things first. Like Revoker 12, Stormwreck 12, whatever. Minigun 12 is a good weapon, but it's probably the last thing that you should buy. It's in tier 7, but honestly I wouldn't even buy it. Like, you move to tier 8, buy Hemlock, buy maybe not Vortex, but buy like Nomad, right? Nomad costs 8 coins in tier 8. And then even though minigun 10 or minigun 12 is in tier 7, You can maybe go back and buy it later, but I wouldn't even buy it in tier 7. I'm gonna try to get to the middle nuisance. You've been getting a lot of players in CPC lately? Well, yeah, it's because they removed 5v5 and 2v2. And so now CPC is their only option. To be fair. No. What are you? You little piece of crap. Okay. He's gone. That's good. Little shenaniganizer. That was up top. I have no idea what he even was. But he was mean, that's for sure. I know that for a fact. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, what do you think about that, stupid? I know this is maybe a... I won't bother finishing that sentence. I think you knew what I was gonna say. Dang, yeah. I shouldn't have picked this hangar. None of these other builds are good for this hangar, or good for this map. It's mostly long-range, campy stuff. I should have one of these that doesn't have the Helix Zephyr, actually. What would I put on the minigun? I don't know. Stop that. I am very dead. Tengu in mid-game is okay, but not meta. Yeah, you have to rank it up once or twice in order to make it decent. I'm really hoping... Yeah, there we go. Just time out his ability. I did not want to fire at him. I think most people, even late game, people are, I think, a little bit too quick to fire at a Deathwalker and send them back. Like, yes, you'll save yourself a little bit of damage. But it'll just, even if it damages you, even if you keep it from damaging you that much, and only damages you a little bit and then you send it back, it's still more, like, it's still some damage, and then it can just teleport back, and then just keep doing that over and over and over again. The more efficient use is to wait it out and then kill it. If possible. It's not always practical, but if you can, then you definitely should. Ow. Thanks, no thanks. Hey. Eclipse. It died to a cheetah mine. That's good. I like it. Good stuff. You can put your thing down, but it won't even protect you. I'm too far up. I wonder how many other people use this spot. I don't think I've ever seen anybody else use this spot. It's not hard to get up here, though. You get way more players, but they don't know how to play the mode because 2v2 rot their brain. It's hard to argue with that. It's hard to argue with that analysis. I'm not saying anything. Okay, look, regardless of what you think about 2v2, I do think objectively it does objectively promote tunnel vision. I used to play 2v2 a bit, and I found myself just, like, not able to pay it. Like, when going back to CPC, it was crazy. Like, if that's the mode that you like, then that's perfectly fine, but objectively, it does really encourage you to have absolute tunnel vision, and that can really mess you up in other modes. Really only CPC, because 5v5 is basically the same thing, but Lancer's OP, yeah, for sure. You still have your Pokemon card collection from 95, including a Hologram, Charizard, Blastoise, and Venusaur. That's great. How much are those worth now, dude? Some amount, that's for sure. Yamagori, the video is much appreciated. Thank you. When you play a lot of 2v2, you get cooked in long-range maps and CPC happen. Once it was really bad. I mean, yeah, it's just like certain things that you do in CPC that you don't do in 2v2. I mean, even me as a CPC main, I will more often than, like, I don't play 2v2 super well just because I don't play 2v2 that often. You're raging, you loved 5v5? You get cooked in long-range maps in CPC? It sounds like you're hella relying on Revokers. And I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen with that. You can play tournament, though. To be fair, it does really encourage people to just, like, play a bunch of tournament mode. You know, why play normal matches when you could just play tournament? But I don't know. I asked them about it. I asked a clarifying question, but they never got back to me. But just for right now, I'll just let you know. I'll just let you all know what I asked and what they said. So I pinged a certain someone. I'm not going to say who it was. I said, is 2v2 or 5v5 coming back to main mode sometime, or at least back to customs? And they said 5v5 maybe, not sure about 2v2, because Hangar Showdown kind of replaces it. But as for now, I can't give you any time frames or 100% reassurance that it will be back. I hope we'll have more answers soon. So probably 5v5 will be back in normal modes. Quite possibly 2v2 won't, but they don't know for sure. And then I asked a follow-up question. If the Hangar Showdown new mode will be in the custom matches. Because if they're going to replace 2v2, then they should at least make that mode available in custom matches. And they have not responded, so. They have a very different time zone from me, so that might be, like, they might not respond until tomorrow. Revokers aren't the base of the problem at the moment, it's more the dashers. Yeah, no, the dash mechs, well, along with mods, are really the thing that makes Revoker so strong. If it were a matter of, you know, like, put Revoker on anything in my hangar right now, like any mech that's in my hangar right now, I think a Revoker would be potentially strong, like on Zephyr, right? But it's balanced to a degree where it's like, it's difficult to get up close. It's very risky to get up close, but there's so many dash mechs, and Eclipse as well, that can, it's so easy to get close. And then once you're up close, it's just GG. And then the mech is so fast, the ability cooldown's so short, you can just get out of there in a matter of like 5 seconds. Even if you have to dash away again, like, you know, even not considering just the base move speed, which is already pretty high, but you could dash away even, or just dash into somebody else like 5 seconds later. So yeah, nah, I do think a lot of the problem is the dash. Dash mechs will probably always be OP. Simply because of the dash. Nerf Revoker. I don't personally think that they should nerf anything. I think that they should just buff the stuff that doesn't do well. You know? Because, like, you never really know. Like, I'd say a prime example is Bastion. A prime example is Bastion in terms of mechs. Because if you think about it, a Revoker Bastion versus a Revoker Eclipse, Bastion wins, because Eclipse has the ability does not benefit it at all, it just keeps it from being EMP'd. But Bastion has way more HP, it does it damage with the ability, it has the same energy capacity, Bastion wins that face-off, no problem. Bastion versus Nomad. Nomad EMPs itself. Again, assuming both of them have Revoker. Bastion versus Nomad. Nomad EMPs itself. It's stuck by the time the EMP is over. It has no damage resistance anymore. All the while the Bastion is absolutely wailing on you. The Bastion is going to win that. But Bastion dies easily to Surge simply because Surge has a much longer EMP duration. I think it's only 1 second, but you can use a duration implant, which Bastion can't. And so you can get an extra, like, over a second from that. So it's like 2.25 seconds or something like that. And 2.25 seconds is more than enough time to kill you with Revokers. Or at least get a very, 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 very big head start to where by the time you're out of EMP, you're only able to fire once or twice. So Bastion dies pretty heavily to Surge. Now, I'm not saying Bastion should counter everything, which, I mean, it obviously doesn't. But I think it should mostly counter a lot of the super hyper-aggressive stuff. And obviously its main downside is that it's just hella slow. So just getting it to somewhere is a chore in of itself. And so, and I think everyone agrees, everyone who's max level anyway, agrees that Bastion's not very good. Mostly because it's slow. And it's pretty easy to just chip away at it from a distance with Stormrack or something. And, you know, if they were to buff Bastion to some degree, maybe make the EMP longer or something, right? If they were to buff Bastion, that would become a counter to those. It would become a natural counter to all of those scouts, right? And I think the same thing occurs with, like, weapons. There are, like, just for example, the reason that Podgun and Strike Rocket, well, maybe Podgun is just generally a pretty good weapon, but the reason Strike Rocket is a meta weapon is because it's super, super good at killing Lacewings specifically. Everything else is kind of meh, but it's really good at killing Lacewings, and Lacewing itself is really meta. So a large part of the meta, you know, you don't necessarily have to nerf Lacewing. You can just, you know, you can introduce weapons like Strike Rocket that happen to do very well at countering that specific mech. And weapons to counter mechs is a lot better than mechs to counter mechs, I think, because you could, you know, at least equip them differently. You equip the same weapon on a different mech as opposed to them, like, most of the time, a lot of mechs only really work good with, like, 2 different weapons, so I think it's better variety to have weapons that counter mechs, and it's also less restrictive. But yeah, essentially what I'm saying is, like, natural counters would come up if they just buffed some of the stuff that's really, really garbage, as opposed to nerfing the stuff that's OP. Why would you even need an anti-revive weapon? Literally to counter one thing, yeah. Now, see, like, Volti... Here's the thing that I think. I think that the best counter to Deathwalker, the best way to counter Deathwalker, is probably to nerf it. But only in the sense that it doesn't remove status effects when it revives. I think that's all it needs. Doesn't remove status effects when it revives, that's all it needs. Any DOT weapon could kill it. Potentially. You could get, what else? The Oracle reveal status effects would help you significantly. It would allow for Seeker or Volti abilities to then hit you. Or just guided weapons or whatever. And there's a lot of opportunities that would arise from that. And I think just the status effect thing is really all you need to nerf on Deathwalker. I don't think you need to nerf the stats or the ability or the cooldown or anything. I might be cooked here, yeah. Username, what? Excuse? 16, what the? Huh. Alright then. Aww, I was Did you see everyone that's on the right side of the map, though? Wild. Uh-oh. Looks like you did a dumb. Yeah, get out of here, stupid. Stupid shit. Its ability is dumb. No, I agree with you. I assume we're talking about Deathwalker, yeah. What it is, right? And if they nerfed it in any way, if they nerfed, like, the cooldown or the duration or whatever, it really wouldn't be any easier to counter. It would just take longer for between abilities or something like that. So unless you, like, significantly nerf some of its core ability stats, it's probably going to remain about the same. I think the major thing that they need to do is just remove the status effect thing. But also make certain status effect weapons a lot more useful, which I think would be cool. But that's just personal opinion. Obviously, that's not how the game works. That's just speculation on my part as well. You love your Storm Hemlock. It's like the most free-to-play friendly build ever. Okay. Both parts are credits. Well, I mean, you need to get it to tier 8 first, which kind of takes 7 eons. Just talking about Volti, you don't like it at all. It doesn't feel good to use, and it feels unfair to get hit by. I mean, most mechs, I mean, which mech abilities feel fair, though, realistically? There's not a whole lot of them that do. Like Orion. It's kind of just GG. Hemlock, it's kind of just GG. If you get hit by it, you're done. There's nothing you can do about it. You know, what else? Ow. Thanks. I mean, Surge, like the EMP. There's not a whole lot of abilities that feel particularly fair. Especially long-range projectile-based abilities. So, I mean, in that regard, I do think that I like Volt. I actually like Volti, and the reason that I like it is because it has potential. I think if it just had better ability damage and better ability range, it could be the perfect counter to something like Deathwalker. It really could. It has a lot of potential. It's just not that good. Which does mean that it's like you can get some nice uses out of it. I've gotten some decent clips out of Volti in like some PvP matches, but in general, it's like it's no meta mech, obviously. But it is kind of frustrating because it really feels like it could be good, but then it's just You can get hit and killed by Volti before you even know it's on the map. I mean, isn't the same thing true with Orion and Hemlock? Isn't Hemlock, the thing that you were just praising, like the most unfair ability? Like, and I don't even think it's close. Solus is the worst. It is annoying. But I think, speaking of unfair abilities, I think Hemlock, I don't think it gets more unfair than Hemlock. The only thing that makes Hemlock seem kind of fair is just the fact that everyone uses Eclipse, always. Imagine trying to deal with a Volti sitting in the back just hitting you. Well, that's anybody with a guided weapon, too. Those need line of sight. They literally don't, because you can curve it. Any guided weapon, well, maybe not any guided weapon, but any overhead guided weapon plus mortars. They do the exact same thing. So it's not so much of, how do I make sure that I don't take damage from that? Because you're probably going to take damage from it, right? If it's in range, then and its ability's ready, then it's probably going to hit you, as long as you're not like in stealth and you're visible, whatever. Like, there's certain factors that need to be considered, but if you're in a position to where it's going to hit you, then yeah, it's going to hit you, even if you can't see it. But it's the same thing with like guided weapons. You just got to know, like, you know, take advantage of the fact that that alone is not going to really be able to win the match. You know, people are tanking their DPS in order to be really, really campy like that. So you can take advantage of that and be more aggressive. Or just use something like a Seeker that can kill them from the back. Guided can be blocked with minimum effort. Yeah, sometimes. But yeah, it's like there's certain things that need to happen. You could just equip a canopy and you'd be fine against Volty anyway. So your cooldown implant is doing over 50%. Wait, what? Oh yeah, that's right, because there's a modifier. I forgot about that. Oh wait, I thought you were showing away. 15 seconds, but with max cooldown, it's only 7 seconds. What do you mean? "15 seconds for what?" Deathwalker ability? Deathwalker, okay, so if you don't die, if you don't get resurrected, then I think the cooldown's reduced to 8 seconds. Don't ask me why. I think it just is. So, like, if your ability times out and it just, and it just goes into cooldown, if your ability just times out, I think the cooldown is 8 seconds as opposed to the full 16, or 15, or whatever it is. I think it's 16. Is it not 16? No, it is 15, you're right. Oh, that's right, it's 15, yeah. Makes sense. When you get killed, it's 7. Is it 7? I thought it was 8. Anyway, it's reduced anyway. That's my main point. But it's only when you don't get killed, right? So the implant isn't doing 50%. You can even see it skip from 10 to 7, yeah, probably. You look like Henry Cavill from the Justice League movie. I've never seen that movie, but I'm gonna take that as a compliment. It's been bugged like that for months. When you reanimated 7? Oh yeah, that might be true. I do recall that I don't use Deathwalker that much on my main account. I don't even play that on my main account that much, so I kind of forgot about that. But that does sound familiar. I think that was a thing at one point. Is that only if you use a cooldown implant then? Or is it just in general? You 4,008 coins. Collecting for Eclipse, but I'm confused between Railgun 12. There's no way you've existed for this long in the game and still think that Railgun 12. Shouldn't say that. No, I shouldn't say that. Eclipse is way better. Don't get Railgun. Don't get any sniper weapons. Phoenix Wing, yeah, thank you. Way to turn it around, buddy. Railgun is useless against mods, yeah. Anyway. I think I spawned that. Am I looking to do anything else? I mean, I still have battle points, but I don't think I care that much. This will reset at 3,000 at some point. I have enough credits to buy Revoker 10, which I will not. I'll do off stream and make like its own video. Yeah. Yeah. I think we're probably done here. I think we're probably good. Any final thoughts anybody has? We haven't really been playing a whole lot. Oh, wow, actually. Close to 150 likes on the stream. Very nice. Much appreciate everybody who did. Alright. Repeater Chungus is OP. Yeah, no, that's true. Good way to end the stream. You sent me a friend request. In-game? Yeah, I didn't accept it. Probably. I haven't accepted friend requests in a while. But I'll deal with that at some point, maybe. Giveaway. I can't do that. I do one giveaway a month. And this month's giveaway was already finished, so. Actually, speaking of, the giveaway winners should have their things sent tomorrow. It's using Lancer good because it's so cheap to rank up compared to buying better mechs. It'll work for a while, but like I was kind of explaining earlier, I'm not gonna re-explain the entire thing because it took a while to kind of like set up the explanation to where it made sense, or like provide the full context. But essentially, yes, a ranked up Lancer does work very well. Currently, my maxed Lancer performs about as well as my rank 4 epic mechs. But the thing is that while if I were to continue to progress, right? Maybe I do, maybe I don't. But most people will. Most people want to. If I were to continue to progress, then I would need to, you know, eventually I'll rank up my epic mechs. Maybe eventually I'll get rank 5 legendary mechs. Eventually I'll continue to get stronger and stronger things. But my Lancer is already maxed level. I cannot make my Lancer any stronger than it is outside of mods. But even that only goes so far, right? It's like I can't continue to rank up my Lancer, so it's not going to get more HP, it's not going to get more firepower. Or energy capacity, I should say. So this is basically the peak performance of Lancer, and even though it does work really well at this stage, it works about as well as any of my epic mechs. It works fine. If I were to continue to progress, it would fall off, and it would fall off pretty hard to where it's not useful anymore. And I couldn't just rank it up to make it better, because I've already done that. And, yeah, you're getting timed out. 24 hours, it doesn't matter. The Lancer's just the OG, I mean, that's true. But, yeah, essentially, I've already ranked it up as many times as it can be, so this is essentially the topmost performance. If I were to continue progressing, if I were to continue getting higher SP, buying new stuff, then what would happen is that my Lancer stops being useful and I'd have to buy something else to replace it anyway. It's like it's useful, but only to a point. Your voice is very low, you can't hear anything. Well, let me see. Seems fine on my end, honestly. Yeah. Maybe your ears are very low, and you just can't hear anything because your ears are very low. 12 energy Lancer is the happy medium, to be honest. I actually think if you're gonna upgrade a Lancer, you may as well go the full route. You may as well go the full max level. Having a mech with mods at this stage of the game is actually really useful to me. I mean, to be fair, a lot of people maybe they still have access to mods from earlier, so maybe that's not an issue for them. But for me, I think just having a rank 6, or even a max mech, is really good, but also not just that. Well, yeah, not just that, but also the fact that I'm able to use 16 energy, which is what most of my mechs already use, so I can interchange the weapons on my Lancer as much as I want with all of my other mechs. In fact, the Panther is the only one that has weird energy capacity compared to the others. So I can use pod guns on Lancer if I want to use Stormech on something else. Same with like a Viper or Revoker or whatever. Like, all of that stuff, it's a lot more interchangeable. And I'm not stuck buying or upgrading 6 energy weapons specifically for the use on Lancer. What does a 12 energy Lancer even run? Probably double Storm Rank 6. To be fair, it's not a bad choice. Until you get to tier 6 and buy the 10. You know? That's probably what I would do. You put Viper on your Lancer? Good for achievements, but I wouldn't really do that long term. You have 14 energy Lancer because you don't have enough blueprints? That is crazy, actually. I think I have way more blueprints than I need. Yeah, I have 2,000 blueprints on Lancer, bro. 2,000 blueprints on my Lancer. Hold on. Because I think 2,000 blueprints is enough to max it out. Yeah, I basically have enough to max it out from level 1 2 more times if I wanted to. Should not take long to get blueprints for Lancer. Should not take long. How do you grind more? Just get crates. You mostly get blueprints from crates, that's it. So like, and you get crates from battle points, right? So these are your battle points. Every time you play a match, depending on how well you do, you get some number of battle points, which fills up these progress bars for victory points for the gold crates, regular battle points for the silver crates. And then once this is gone, then that means you're not gaining any more. Once this is gone, and once this is gone, that means you're not gaining any more points for those, and you're not able to earn more. You're not able to earn more crates, so you may as well just stop playing at that point. But then you can also go up here once these reset. If I were, let's say, if I were to continue playing it now, is to get 3,000. I would get into the next season division, and when I collect the reward for the season division, what it also does is it resets all of my battle points and my victory points. And so I can continue playing after that. So I can reset it. So the ideal way to do it is to play this, even if you move up a division. Don't do anything with it. Just keep playing this and draining these points until you're completely out of points, and then reset it again by collecting that, and then you drain them all over again. That's how to maximize like the number of crates that you have. You're at 11,000 Lancer burns right now. I think I have, on my main account, I think I have like 100,000 Lancer blueprints or something. I don't remember. I have a lot though. Thoughts on the new game mode? The matchmaking was surprisingly bad, and it's very disappointing. But otherwise, I like it. I think it's a good idea, a good concept. And I imagine they'll fix the match. I imagine they'll maybe not fix it, but they'll improve the matchmaking. I would guess, but it's hard to tell. Strangely enough, I played the 5 free ones plus 1 that cost 10 A coins. I spent 10 A coins for a 6th one. I played 6 battles on this account, my free-to-play account, and all of my battles were fine. Like, I had no issues with matchmaking. It seems to be mostly the higher SPs that have issues. Can you donate $5? You're trying to, but it won't work. I mean, my stream is set up to where it will accept it, yes. So that's gotta be an issue on your end, I guess. You still want 5v5 back? I mean, yeah, I would hope that 5v5 and the regular 2v2 make a comeback at some point, but I'm not sure if that's gonna happen. Do players stop getting blueprints after the mech is max? I wish. And don't refresh battle points using A coins. It's a complete waste. That's true. I find that it's just like just like an unnecessary. It's like a given. It's so unnecessary to even say it. But I should say it because there are some people who maybe don't know that. Matchmaking is better now. It's honestly pretty fun, except for people who have 16 energy weapons. I think it depends on like what your SP is, because like I said, on this account, my matchmaking was actually fine. It was great. I had no issues with it. It was when I moved to my maxed account, I was fighting really low and really weak enemies on that account. And that was very, like, I don't, you hate to see it. I don't like that. I don't like having really unfair, really easy wins. I mean, I'd rather it be unfair in the sense that it's harder for me to win rather than easier for me to win, because I like a good challenge. But yeah, that's unfortunate. It seems to be more of a thing for like 5,000 plus SP people. Not so much an issue for where I'm at on this account, but yeah. You're struggling to get minigun 10 to rank 6 because you don't have enough blueprints. Yeah, just save. Wait. It's the same reason I'm not getting Graviton yet. Graviton 10. I only have 10 of the 19 blueprints that I need. So, like, I'm not even going to bother buying it until I have the 19 blueprints that I need. There's no point. Stalker with EM8's good. Yeah, probably decent. Wouldn't upgrade the EM8s though. Using Max Lancer worth it in Mech Showdown. I used mine. At this SP anyway. Mine worked fine. It was good. Matchmaking's so bad, I'm 5.9 and your opponents are 8k or 9k. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of normal for any mode, really. That could just be a skill thing, where it's like they think that those 8k people or 9k people are kind of bad at the game, and they think that you as a 6k are kind of good at the game, so that's like, yeah, it's a couple thousand SP difference. It's not, you could win. And it's relatively fair, but I will say yes, at like the 6k SP range, it seems to be where it's a lot more willing to put you up against like absolute fully max people for no reason. I had a few times where they were top players, but most people I fought were around the same normal SP level. Yeah. Yeah, and on this account, it was the same thing. It was only when I played on my main account with my max level stuff. I was fighting somebody with like long arm 8s on a Scorpius, dude. Like, what in the world? And he had no mods. Like, obviously, these were people that weren't even in League 1. Let alone, you know, people that I should be fighting with max stuff. If you'd start again as a content creator for Mech Arena, what would you change from your initial stuff you posted? The initial stuff I posted was, like, all... You know, I don't know. Because all the stuff that I posted to begin with was mostly just, like, raw gameplay, no voiceover. But the reason that was the case is because for as cringe as my voice is now, it was 10 times more cringe back then. And I can assure you, it would not have benefited me if I was speaking in earlier videos. So I also had to just kind of get used to speaking on camera. So I don't know if you're taking that experience away from me as well, like if you're taking that, like, you know, camera experience away, then I'm not sure I would change much of anything. But if I were comfortable, then I probably would just go for maybe not a camera like I have on stream. I don't usually use like the actual camera in videos, but I would probably do voiceover type stuff for my videos as well, because I add a lot of text. I liked making certain types of videos, but it ended up being just like blocks of text as opposed to me speaking, because like obviously I didn't want to speak back then. Most opponents you face are 10 or 11k while you're 8.5. That's not a big SP difference. It's not a big SP difference. You don't think my voice is cringe? Well, I am glad you don't think my voice is cringe. I think a lot of people would probably say that I'm okay with it. I don't care. It's like being short. I know that I'm short. I'll make fun of myself for being short more than anybody else will. I like being short. It's fun. It costs less. But, you know. Yeah, back then. Back then. I think I even did have 1 or 2 videos where I did talk, but it wasn't pretty. If you go back, you could probably find one. I wouldn't recommend it, but like, it's, you know, at your own risk, I guess. They want it to be PvP, no bots, but then it has stamina stop blocks, real players from... Wait, what? I don't get what you mean. Do you mean like the ticket limit? Like you can only play it 5 times? Is that what you mean? To me, I think it's like, it's perfectly okay. Just the rewards. Okay, look. I mean, the fact that it's a new mode also helps, and the fact that they removed the 2 of the other 3 game modes is also kind of pushing traffic toward it. But, like, let's ignore those 2 facts. The rewards alone are enough to get everybody to want to play as many times as they can per day. So at least 5. Everybody's going to want to play that at least 5 times per day. It should not be difficult to get PvP battles, even with a 15-second time limit, matchmaking time limit. They give you 80 seconds, and yet they still cheap out with the matchmaking by going the really lazy route and just putting you up against anyone who's, like, close enough. It's like, no, you could make it a lot more fair. You could be a lot stricter with the matchmaking. That's the reason that you gave more matchmaking time, right? There's more matchmaking time specifically so that you can make the matchmaking more strict. Not just the fact that you eliminate bots, but also the fact that you can make sure the players in the battle are a lot closer together in performance. But again, like, you know, if it were a regular 2v2 mode, sure, you know, you'd probably need like a full 2 minutes of matchmaking time just to make it even half decent, because nobody, like, not a ton of people played 2v2, but this is a game mode that has its own specific rewards that everyone's going to want every single day. Nobody's going to want to pass up those rewards, or, I mean, some people will, but most people won't, right? Most people, even if they don't like it, they'll still play it. So, because of that, I think they, you know, there's just generally, there's going to be a lot more players in it. It's also in beta version? Yeah. I mean, I expect them to change the matchmaking. Like I said before, matchmaking is an ever-evolving thing in any mode. But, and I can understand, look, I can understand if the issues that they're having with matchmaking are mostly due to, like, things that, I mean, when you're testing it, there's only, how many people, like, maybe 5 people that even test these things in the dev team. Like, there's a lot of things that you're not going to find, that you're not going to be able to iron out very well until you roll it out to the public and actually be able to gather data from people publicly using it, from thousands and thousands and thousands of people publicly using it. You can gather a lot more data a lot quicker, and have a lot more accurate results as well. And so if their reason for it being so bad is just that they, you know, it's a new mode and they need to iron out the kinks, I will back them up on that, and I will perfectly understand that. But if they're gonna sit there and be like, nah, this is fine, we don't think it's that bad, that's kind of bullshit. There's a solid chance that they think that it's fine, too. I have no idea. If there is a vote for nerfing Revokers, is it going unanimously in favor? No, not for me. I don't think anything should be nerfed until they buff all the stuff that's really bad. I think there's some things that clearly overperform, but there's way more things that clearly underperform. And there's no reason not to buff those things before considering nerfing other things. You might find a natural counter to some of the stuff that's really strong just by buffing the stuff that's really weak. You know? Like Repeater. Repeater's really bad. Carbine's really bad. Particle Beam. All those other things, like all these, like, and not just the weapons, the mechs too. And not even just the legendary stuff. Epic as well, like Sentinel. And Cheetah. So, like, all these things that perform really bad, they could just buff them, and more than likely, you would end up with a, maybe not an entirely different meta, but you'd end up with a different meta, slightly different meta. And the best way to figure out how to nerf something that's too strong is, you know, at that point, if Revoker's too strong after that, then sure, go ahead and nerf it, but you shouldn't do that before buffing the other stuff, I think. Savant should be buffed, yeah. I mean, Savant along with many other things, yeah. Disc Launcher. Revokers are pretty balanced. I don't think so. I don't think the Revoker's balanced. I think the Revoker's very OP. Technically, Stormrack is more OP, which is something a lot of people don't really like to say, but I will say it. Yeah, Revoker and Stormrack are clearly overperformers, right? And it's not good to have 2 weapons dominating the entire game always, right? But if you want a balanced game, you should start with the stuff that's really bad, and then buff it, and then get a better understanding of how the new meta looks before then nerfing it, and then what you're left with is a very, very balanced game. Otherwise, you have what you have with Disc Launcher. what you guys, I mean, the nerf Revoker people are essentially advocating for what happened to Disc Launcher, is where it gets a nerf, it becomes less meta, and then all of a sudden, if they ever buff any of the stuff that's really bad or anything else happens, then all of a sudden it becomes completely garbage. Disc Launcher wasn't bad before mods. Mods killed Disc Launcher, was not the nerf. The nerf removed Disc Launcher from the meta, but it was still a good weapon. It wasn't meta, but it was a good weapon. The mods feature is what made Disc Launcher actively bad. Or at least actively worse than a lot of other things. On the lower end of the weapon spectrum. And that's the sort of thing that could happen if you just like preemptively nerf things. Do you think Volt's Blitz should come back? I mean, I don't think it's going to, so there's no point in me talking like, oh yeah, let's all advocate for this thing that they already removed. We all know they're not going to add it back. May as well advocate for something new. They should remove stealth from Surge. That would solve a lot of problems. I mostly just think that dash mechs should not have as far, like 40 meter base dash range I think is too much. It should be like 30 at most. And I think that would solve a lot of problems in terms of Revoker. In terms of Stormrack, I'm gonna be honest, I think every radius weapon and ability should get the Disc Launcher treatment, where it does less damage the further away the projectile lands from the enemy. It has radius damage fall off. I think every radius weapon should have that treatment. Because you could nerf Stormrack, but then just a different radius weapon would take its place in the meta, that's all. There will always be radius weapons. So long as the radius effect works the way that it currently does, there will always be radius weapons in the meta. It'll just be replaced by something else. The Revoker Eclipse and Revoker Surge meta will go down as one of the most hated in Mech Arena history. Probably true. Probably true. 35 is balanced for Surge. Yeah, but then you have to think about the range implant that almost everybody uses. Because it's not like Surge Dash is 40 meters and then you're done with it. No, Surge Dash is 40 meters and then it has a, what, 23%? No, it's not. What is the... 1 second now. I can't look at... Oh, because I... Really? It's weird. Why can't I look at that? 32% max. So 32% on top of 40. 40 times 1.32. So 52, almost 53 meters. If you were to nerf that... to 35 meters base. It would still be 46 meters. Which is still further than the base. Like, with the implant, I mean. It would be about 39.6. If the base was 30 with the range implant. And this isn't counting Nomad either, right? Nomad has a further base range and also a legendary implant that gives a longer 50% as opposed to 32%. So Nomad would still get 45 easily. But I think 40's, even just 40 is too much. But then again, a large part of what makes those scouts specifically, a large part of what makes them so strong, and a large part of what makes Revoker so strong, is literally mods. It's the multi-layered mods specifically. Because if you think about it, the Revoker has so much like damage output, right? Obviously, if you if you nerf Revoker damage output, then that also kind of solves your problem. But Revoker has so much raw damage output that it'll kill anything's base HP very, very quickly. the main thing that you can do to slow down the rate at which you die to Revoker is by putting as many shield layers between you and the enemy as possible. And what that means is, when it comes to an Eclipse versus any I don't even care what tank it is. Some tank, Blockhorn, for example. You know, really, really strong tank, right? They both get the same shield. They both get the same number of layers on their mods. They both get 9 layers, which protects them against however many number of Revoker cycles between 2 Revokers, right? And after that, the HP just goes down extremely quickly. What multi-layered mods essentially did was they lowered the HP difference between something like a Surge and something like a Blockhorn, even though the HP generally is very different. Even though the HP generally, 170 at max versus 227 at max, so it's like almost 230. So it's like a 60,000 difference, which is like close to a third, so it's like 30%. It's like 30% more HP. It doesn't survive 30% longer. It takes 30% more Revoker hits to kill a Blockhorn after the shield's gone. It takes the same number of hits to take down the shield, but it takes 30% more hits to kill a Blockhorn once the shield is gone. But it's a matter of like 1 extra hit. So essentially what multi-layered mods did, because every layer is a guaranteed protection against 1 hit, is it essentially turned scouts into tanks. I'm not referring specifically to the low, medium, and high stat group mods. But that also, it doesn't really play a part, because most of it is perimeter multilayer, and perimeter multilayer does not have a high, medium, or low stat group. It simply has 63% max 9 layers across the board for everything. 7% per layer. And yeah, so the main culprit is perimeter multilayer, which doesn't have anything to do with the mod stat groups. But yes, you're correct. In addition to that, there's also the hardened hull, for example, which, for a reason unbeknownst to me, right? Slot C, hardened hull for a Surge is 57%, 55,000. Hardened hull for a Blockhorn is 43%, also 55,000. So the lower HP mech is getting a higher percent HP boost. So the mods, just this hardened hull itself, closes the percent gap between Blockhorn and Surge in terms of base HP. But then when you include the fact that the main way to keep yourself from immediately dying to Revoker is multi-layered mods, and the fact that all mechs have the same number of layers, it essentially makes it so that a Blockhorn is no more tanky than an Eclipse. And this is why you'll see a lot of, this is why Revoker Eclipse is super, super meta in the top level, but you're not going to see it necessarily a lot in lower levels, or at least not used effectively. Because without mods, Eclipse and Surge are pretty weak, and Eclipse shouldn't be using close quarters without mods, because it's gonna die quickly. But it's essentially, but when you have high level mods especially, you essentially turn Eclipse, at every extra level of the perimeter multilayer specifically, turns it, lessens the gap between it and an actual legitimate tank. So this slowly turns all of the scouts, not just Eclipse, but all of the scouts into tanks, comparative to their HP. Eclipse has the strongest mods in the game, right? I mean, Eclipse and Surge, they're both high mod stat group mechs. I don't know what you mean by that. Strongest mods in the game? I don't think so. Not in terms of percent. Their perimeter multilayer percent should be 63% total, 7% per layer for 9 layers. And they should have high mod stat group for everything else. Which I think only applies to Hardened Hull. I think Canopy is always 50% max legendary, and Galvanical is always 80% max legendary. Stop talking into a battle, that's crazy. They fixed the bug with the last battle button? What do you mean? So I like Revokers and Storm. And Mech, Surgeon, Eclipse, and Deathwalker have no match. So they create something by the time free-to-play get that in like 8 to 9 months they nerf or release a new level. 8 to 9 months is incredibly optimistic. It's more like 11 months for weapons, 20 months for mechs. Bastion gets a nice 96,000 from Hardened Hull. Yeah. Well, its physical numbers are higher, but its percent is lower compared to the percent of... so let's say, simply, as a way to explain why that matters, right? So, like, even though the physical number is higher, the percent being lower does actually matter, and here's why, is because when you ignore the perimeter multilayer, which is the first thing to go anyway, so, like, at some point, 2 people are wailing on each other, let's assume they both have Revoker. They get through their perimeter multilayers at the same rate, because they both have 9 layers, they both have really weak, like, each of the layers is not super strong necessarily, so Revokers chew through 9 layers at the same rate, regardless of base HP, essentially. The only real difference is if you have, like, a resistance-based mech. But we'll just assume that that's not the case. Bastion specifically versus, let's say, an Eclipse or a Surge. So Bastion has some amount of HP, some percent higher HP than Surge. We'll say it's like maybe close to 2 times the HP. So it's about 100% more. It should then last twice as long after all of the perimeter multilayer is gone, after all the layered mods are gone. It should then last twice as long as the Surge, or in essence take twice as many Revoker hits to kill it than the Surge would take, right? When you include the Hardened Hull multipliers, if they're the same percentage, if they operate on the same percentage of that mech's base HP, then that percent difference between them remains the same. But if you have a, let's say, 10% increase on, I'm just throwing numbers out here, 10% increase on Bastion, 20% increase on Surge. The physical number is the same. The amount of HP that they get is the same because of like the correlation between the mech HP. So they both get the same physical number of HP bonus, but the percent difference between them becomes smaller, right? It's then not a matter of 100% versus 200% HP. Or 1 times Surge HP versus 2 times Surge HP. It's then a matter of 120% versus 210%. So then there's 30% that the Bastion doesn't have that it would need in order to be 2 times as effective as the Surge. So when you have the mismatched scaling of the HP on lower HP mechs, it does affect that, and it lessens the gap between tanks and scouts. Long-winded way of saying it lessens the gap between tanks and scouts. You can't use skills when the opponent is more stacked than you. This is a free-to-play account, and I do perfectly fine. Look at that. I'd pull up I'd show a calculator on my screen, but I don't have a screen capture on right now. I have like a window capture, so it wouldn't actually show it, but I'm gonna pull up a calculator right now. 1520 divided by 1779. That is an 85% win rate, for your information. And this is a fully free-to-play account. still lose sometimes, obviously. Just because you lose doesn't mean it's unfair. It's what the real fans are here for, free math lessons. I used to do that a lot more, but I think a lot less people care, you know? That actually used to be what a lot of my videos were back at the day. Not necessarily explaining things to that degree, but being a lot more technical and specific about stats like that. And I feel like it's something that I've kind of let slide, and maybe I should go back to it a bit, but I do think there's a significant percentage of my viewers don't really care about that as much as other people would. How long did it take for you to get a match? Like 10 seconds. It was less than 15 seconds for sure. It was basically immediate. The matchmaking was kind of crap though. Should you max your Paragon? Probably not. I was using Bastion in this stream because I am Ambuzz. But I still don't understand Bastion's HP for mods. I'm not sure what you mean by that. I mean, I explained it to the best of my ability. There's really no way that I could explain it that would make more sense. And part of the reason for that is that, like, I could pull up a calculator to better visually showcase what I mean by certain things, but like I don't have a screen capture up right now. I just have a window capture. So you can't, like, I could pull up my calculator and you just wouldn't see it. And part of the reason for that is because I don't want certain things being caught on my stream on accident or something. Not that I don't think I would really... I never have anything on this monitor, really. So it wouldn't really matter, but... yeah. It's just a nice, it's a nice habit to be safe like that. Calculator time, yeah. People can't handle our math professor yelling, that's crazy. I don't have 216 energy weapons. My best most energy consuming weapon is 12 energy. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly why you shouldn't max out a Paragon. Because the main benefit of a maxed out Paragon is the fact that you can use 32 energy, which is an absolutely massive amount. But if you don't have weapons that can use it, then why in the world would you bother? Seems like a waste of credits and Aquins. Hangar recommendations for Showdown? I've literally only played it a collective, like, 16 times. So I don't necessarily want to give advice on it just yet. I know some people will. Some people will make videos, and I want to. I should. But I can't grind it. I can't experiment enough with it, and the matchmaking is also kind of garbage. But yeah, some people are going to make videos like, here's the best mechs to use in this mode, even though they've literally only played it twice. They don't really know. Anybody, I mean, if you okay, look. I will say, first off, I'll warn you against anybody who makes claims about certain things, about the game mode, like, oh, here's like the best mechs for whatever, the best weapons for whatever, for this new thing. It's only been out. You can only play 10 battles at most per day, so at very most their experience is 10 battles, and that's not very much. It's not enough for you to really be able to take accurate advice from people. So I'd warn you against taking advice from any videos that claim to know things about that. Except, I will say, except for probably Platinum. If Platinum makes a video like that, I would say you're probably safe to believe him because he plays a lot of 2v2. And I don't know any other OCCs who play a lot of 2v2. Maybe Cax. Will it be correct to say that Hangar Showdown will be dominated by duelist mechs like Solas, Hemlock, Surge? It'll be dominated by the same 2v2 meta as usual. Revoker Seeker seems really strong on Showdown. That is true. I guess it's really only countered mostly by Like, search. The 2 games I lost of 6 was because they had better revokers on a Seeker. That's crazy. To be fair, I had an entirely non-meta Hangar, as is customary when I played. I'm not a meta type person. But I'll have to use meta at some point if I want to give good advice, so, yeah. You get that, but you trust my advice. I appreciate that, and that is because I know that a lot of people trust my advice. That's exactly why I wouldn't make a video like that tomorrow or the day after. Probably be like a solid week before I actually think that I have enough experience to be able to accurately say anything about it. Like, I like to make sure that there's some people who will just say things because it's like, oh yeah, I'll get views if I make a guide about this thing, but they don't care if they're actually correct. Like, they'll give you completely terrible information or completely terrible advice. It's not good advice, but they give you advice just for the sake of, you know, like, oh, hey, this video will get views, which sometimes it does. But I care a lot about whether or not my information is accurate. And yeah, I change my mind about certain things. If you watch my tier list videos, you'll know that, like, I do change my mind about a lot of things. It's okay to change your mind. I think changing your mind is like, I mean, I'm never going to know everything, right? I'm never going to know everything. And, like, I'm not the smartest person out there in terms of just in general, but also just in this game. Like, there's somebody out there who probably knows a lot more than I do. Several people, at least. So, you know, even myself, you should take my advice with a grain of salt. Don't necessarily just believe everything that I say just because I say it. If it doesn't make sense, then you should be skeptical about it. But that's why I work a lot on. I work a lot on, like, being able to explain things. I think if someone can't explain something in a way that makes sense, then you probably shouldn't listen to them. Because if they can't explain it, then they probably don't know what they're talking about, right? You don't think you've seen as detailed a guide on free-to-play as yours? Well, that's probably true, yeah. No, I mean, to be fair, my main goal with especially with the Gear Hub guide, my main goal with that was just to try to make the best free-to-play guide that was out there, which I think that I did. I worked for a long time on them, and I think that I did successfully make the best one that was out there. Redeemer or Ryan? I'd go with Ryan. Matchmaking is definitely broken on the new mode, yeah, definitely. I did boost your confidence in matches by watching my tips and tricks. Well, that's good to hear. I don't give a lot of gameplay advice because I don't consider myself to be a great player. There's a lot of people who just play the game better than I do. So I mostly focus on stats and general knowledge and things that, like, don't necessarily require skill. Is Killshot bad or do you hate it? Both. Nah, it's pretty good. I mostly don't use it and I don't get it simply because at this point it's a meme, and I'm genuinely proud of how long I've gone without using Killshot a single time. It's crazy. It's an accomplishment. It will be written on my tombstone as my greatest accomplishment. The Screw Killshot legacy will live on far longer than Mech Arena itself will. Trust. You bought it and haven't used it in 5 months yet. I mean, nowadays, I feel like, I mean, especially myself, I'm in the North American server, so it's a lot of, you know, I get I get a certain type of person that maybe not everybody gets. But I do face a lot of people who, you know, I mean, Americans, other Americans, right? They've got like $10 to spare, right? A lot of them do. So, you know, a lot of times there's been so many like $5 surge deals, eclipse deals, and stuff like that. So like a lot of the enemies that I fight have really strong stuff that I just don't have access to. And so like using a kill shot at that, like against those types of things, using a kill shot, like, I mean, obviously I don't want to use a kill shot anyway, but you know, even if I wanted to, using a kill shot against those types of things is just not going to end well. You can get in quick, but you're also going to die quick. You're going to sleep. Okay, bye-bye. Screw kill shots or permanency, real. Is there going to be any good credit-based event? I mean, there just were some. I mean, the chain gun 6 one wasn't great, but there was the minigun 8 one that was really good. I don't know if there's no schedule as far as I'm aware, so it's just like random. It's a good point, though. Maybe I should save my credits for a while and try to make sure that I have the credits necessary to get something that may be in credits at some point. You're causing me to second guess myself, but no. There's the minigun 8 one was so recent. There's no way that they do another one that close together, right? I would think. I saved up for Surf, but caved and got it for 7. Got a $7 Eclipse. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, I mean, if you have the money, bro, do it. It's a good freaking deal. It saves you a lot of time. Like, I don't blame anybody who does it. But it's just, you know, just the truth of the matter is that, like, I live in an area of the world where people are more likely to have $7 extra to spare on a random game that isn't that important. What was I going over here to look at? Oh, yeah, this. 3 days. Yeah, it'll probably be fun. 211. Yo, somebody take a screenshot of that. I don't know if I want to make a video or a stream. When I get these tokens, maybe like finish up the event, get the tokens, spin the tokens. It is just this, so I feel like it's not that important. I might make it just like a stream where it's just a random thing that I do during a stream. Or maybe like a short or something. This one, though, this one could be different. This one's like, what, 10% chance to get something really freaking strong. Overdriver 12, I mean, I don't really know what... To be fair, I don't really know what I would do with an Overdriver 12, a Tetra Rifle 12, or a Strike Rocket 12. But they would be hella strong, dude. They would be very strong. Maybe I do like 12 and something on like Overdriver, do like on Sentinel or something. I don't know. Do something. I could do something. They're rank 4, that's pretty good. The lace wing would be ridiculous. I almost hope I don't get the lace wing just because I know that people will complain if I do. They'll be like, oh, you got the lace wing, he's pay to win. I don't know if anybody remembers Scape's old free-to-play account. He got Eclipse from Crate Rush. Because he was smart. Not because he got lucky, but because he was smart. He saved up the credits, and I think he got it from a credit-based event. A credit-based Crate Rush event. Or maybe it was a playoff, but he saved all of his crates or whatever and all his resources. And I think it was a playoff, yeah. And he ended up winning that event. I think he came in 2nd or something like that. He got like a rank 4 Eclipse. And then ever since then, everybody was like, he has a pay-to-win mech. Back then, Eclipse was not available for 8 coins, I think. But yeah. He never heard the end of it. Never heard the end of it. That crate is still hidden toward credits. Which one? This one? Yeah. I don't care. Brother, I will gladly take 15,000 credits. I'm not gonna lie, the credits are probably more valuable than anything else I could get in here. Lancer jump distance would be kind of funny, and it would keep me from having to spend 40,000 credits to buy it, but like, it's not a necessary implant. It really doesn't increase my Lancer's usefulness at all. It's just a funny thing to have. The skins would be kind of nice. I kind of hope I get this one just because it's kind of like exclusive. I don't even have this one on my main account. But realistically, in terms of like actual legitimate benefit, the credits are the best thing I could get right there. He spent it the right times too. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what I meant. Like, he saved his resources. And then when that playoff event came up, he spent all his resources to get certain things, and then he got a lot of points for it. And then he got the thing, because he was smart. It wasn't a luck thing. It was just because he was smart about it. And then everybody literally, like, he never heard the end of it. People just like, absolute crash out. Absolute crash out. And for that reason, I kind of hope that I don't get the laser wing. But if I do, I will take it, bro. I will take it, bro. He ran Graviton Beam Eclipse on it, and it was good. Oh, yeah. Graviton Eclipse works. Even at max level, it's pretty good. It's just not against players. Works really good against bots. Too sexy for your shot. Pablo, I believe it. I believe it. You mean blueprints in the lace wing crate? Oh, yeah. Oh, for sure. Well, I mean, yeah, that was a given. That was the first thing I mentioned. I said 10% chance of getting something really good. And then obviously 90% chance of getting essentially nothing at all. What is, in essence, nothing at all. But a 10% chance of getting something really good, that'd be pretty good. That'd be pretty cool. If I get something, if I get lucky and I get something, that'd be really nice. But if I don't get something and I don't get lucky, I'm not gonna say get unlucky because the odds are stacked against me. That would be normal luck to not get it. If I don't get lucky and I don't get it, then honestly I'm not gonna complain because people would have a crash out over it anyway. So it's whatever. You got the grasshopper skin for Lancer. Very cool. Could you save the tokens and get rewards? For this one, yeah, but it's only credits, so like you're much better off spending it. You might get something. Lacewing is a top meta mech. Just the opportunity to potentially get it is worth it. And then for this one, the reward is also credits. Honestly, spinning it and getting 15,000 credits one time is probably more credits than you would get from all 3 tokens combined. I'm not gonna lie, it probably is, so it's also probably worth spending, to be honest. I still don't think 5v5 is coming back. You might be right. Can only speculate. You missed those old playoffs, saving up helped so much, yeah. Well, here's the thing is, like, what about those old playoffs was actually different, though? Because if it is a matter of... If victory is ultimately a matter of how much can you save up, then it also becomes a matter of how much can you spend. What I've noticed from most playoff events is that the people that are in your bracket have relatively the same squad power as you. That's the top guy. This is the second top guy. That's not the case for everybody. If you go look at your bracket, it's going to look very different. The guys in my bracket have about 4,000 squad power. So, as you progress, as you play the game, as you get stronger and stronger, your playoffs become harder and harder because the higher SP you go, the more willing people are to spend money. The more likely it is that someone spent money just to get there, right? So, I don't even necessarily think that it's so much that the old playoffs were better, it's just that you were lower SP and it was more likely for you to win back then. Because there's less likely for people to be spenders at low SP. Because they pass those SP levels really quickly. If they're a spender, then they're not going to stay low SP for very long. Hello. If you did bring back classic Vault Blitz, that would be nice. I don't think they're ever going to. Should you get Podgun 6? No, don't. Get Podgun 8, it only costs credits. The time it'll take to get blueprints to max lasering at that time, at that level, will take a year. I mean, so what? Right? Here's what you could do. Cost upgrades max 28.25 for the rank up. We're not gonna include, should be 10 blueprints. 3, 6, 10, yeah. 28.25. I'm gonna pull up a calculator right now. 28.25 plus 10 times 240. 5,225. That's the number of A-coins it would take for you to get your rank 4 Lacewing up to rank 5. So 5,225 A-coins. And that's just if you're buying blueprints. That's if you had no blueprints and you decide to buy all of the blueprints with A-coins. So Lacewing isn't even available in the Gear Hub first off, but if it was, it would cost 93.75 or something like that. A-coins. So you can save 4,000 A-coins getting it from there, even if you decided to rank it up to rank 5 immediately, spending every single A-coin necessary to buy the blueprints. It is significantly more cost effective no matter how you slice it. You got Lacewing honestly not worth it though? You have clearly never played competitively. Lacewing is literally game breaking on certain maps. Almost everybody uses it. Top guy for you is 11k power? Yeah, but how much power do you have? It's probably similar. You probably have like at least 8k. And that's what I'm saying. You had 4k power? How old was this guy's account? To be fair, depending on how much he spent, he could have had 4k when he started. He could have had 4, and I don't know. So like inventory, and it's a ballpark, right? And I'm not saying that like everyone in every bracket's gonna have the exact same SP as you, because SP is like also just kind of you know, someone could just like equip a hangar with lower SP than they normally have, right? So it's like, don't necessarily go too much by SP, but like I checked those guys' hangars, right? And they were not super high-end max players, right? They were people who had similar condition as myself. They have similar inventory power, similar squad power. And so what I'm trying to say, and anybody who's made a new account anytime recently knows this, is that the first playoff that you come across is really, really easy to win, because if you know what you're doing and nobody else at that level does, then you know, like you're gonna win it really easily. I won the, actually, case in point, I won the Blast RPG 6. Here. I won this from a playoff. When I was really, like, when I was a lot newer. I had, like, not even 2,000 SP, I think. So, I won that pretty easily because I knew what I was doing. And nobody else at that SP did, and anybody at that SP who is willing to spend money probably already spent money, and probably already went past that SP. So the weaker you are, the newer you are, the newer your account is, your opponents or whatever counterparts in the playoff events are going to be not necessarily the same, but similar, in a similar position as you. And the weaker you are, the more likely it is that you'll be able to win. And that's essentially what I'm trying to say. Playoffs are meant as a new player boost. No, I think they're just meant to encourage people to spend money, because almost every single playoff event has a task that can be easily translated into spend money on X, Y, or Z to get more points. Usually just spend A-coins. And spend A-coins means spend money buying A-coins, so that you can then spend A-coins. So I mean, almost every single one of them is a pay-to-win in some degree. But like if you go back to, like, let's say the one that Scape had, the one that Scape won. If we're going back, if we're reminiscing and we're saying, like, okay, playoffs were easier back then, what made them easier? If they were less pay-to-win, then that means that Scape couldn't have just saved up his resources and did stuff with that. By definition, anything that he could have saved up could have been bought, and it could have been considered a pay-to-win thing, right? In fact, I don't remember if he got first or second. I think he got second. The first person in his bracket probably spent money. And so, what I'm trying to get at is that I don't necessarily think that old playoffs were better. I think it's just the fact that you remember being lower SP and you remember people being less knowledgeable. There's more. Okay, nowadays, I will grant you though, nowadays almost every single playoff has some objective that's like this: use credits, use A-coins, right? Clearly pay to win. Something like this: complete, earn whatever, log in 5 days. That's fine. Upgrade mechs or weapons, clearly pay to win. Whoever has the most money to upgrade their mechs and weapons wins, right? And the older playoffs didn't always have that. A lot of them didn't have any pay-to-win things. It was more grindy, but I mean, almost nobody who here, right? Who here is able and willing to grind more than everybody else in your bracket? Probably not you. Over the course of like a week, there's always going to be 5 or 6 other people who've got way more time on their hands. Save for minigun 6 or 8? Nah, don't buy weapons with A-coins at your stage of the game. It's not worth it. You were playing Showdown and you were paired with, I'm gonna guess the matchmaking was really unfair. Yeah, that's already been established. I cannot do anything about it though, so like, yeah. Here's, I said it before and I'll say it again. I will mention, not mention, but I'll like, you know, give my detailed feedback to the devs about what I think about the mode and all of the drawbacks that it has. But I encourage you not to just tell me your problems and then expect me to forward your problems and have that be done with. Because at the end of the day, I am just one person. And they're not going to listen to me just because it's me, right? Maybe some people think that they should, but they should do a lot of things, let's be real. At the end of the day, I'm one person. And they're, you know, my opinion's only going to go so far. So the best way to make sure that they know that people don't like the current matchmaking, which I think is terrible, and I agree with you, it's terrible, the matchmaking in that mode. The best way to do that is for everybody to tell Plarium themselves. Go to support, go to Plarium support, tell them your problem, go to Discord or whatever, wherever it is that you want to voice your complaints about what you think is, I agree with you, about what you think is unfair, right? Just telling me and having me say it is not going to be nearly as effective. They're going to be a lot more likely to do something about it if they see that tons of people are complaining about it. But if it's just like one content, they don't really like. Yeah, I'm a content creator, but and they listen to me to the extent that there is a person that I can talk to directly, but they don't like actually take any of my advice into consideration. I don't think they've ever really done that. At least not that I know of. So, you know, they mostly go by overall masses player feedback, rather than just like whatever it is that I or other content creators say, right? So I encourage everybody who has a complaint to, I mean, if you want to complain, whatever, voice your concerns, to me. I'm not saying that you shouldn't bring it up, but I am saying that there's been a lot of people, especially with the 2v2 thing. There's been a lot of people who are, I think for whatever reason, they think that complaining to me means that I'm going to try to solve their problem. Like, I can't do anything about it, okay? I can't do anything for you. Voice your concerns to Plarium. I will do the same thing. But, you know, me saying something is not nearly as effective as all of you guys saying something. Someone plays Late Swing with Revoker. Well, that's their own loss, I guess. Do the devs ever read your feedback and tell you why they don't agree with you? No, because the problem is that, like, I don't have a direct line to the devs, at least not most of them. I will be talking to Pasha. Remember that interview that I did with one of the game designers, Pasha, who's like responsible for like game balance and creating new stuff? I did an interview with him a while ago, a couple months ago at least. I don't remember how long, but it's been a little while. I'm setting up another one. I gathered a bunch of questions from my Discord, and I sent those to him. And so we're going to try to set up another thing. And obviously he's not going to be able to answer all of them, but yeah, essentially, I'm going to try to talk to him, but that's as close as I get to, you know, actually talking directly with the devs. Otherwise, what happens is, and this should be no surprise, right, is that there's a mediator, right? There's someone who deals with us as content creators, someone who just acts as a mediator because the devs themselves can't be bothered listening to all of our feedback all of the time. So we have this contact that we talk to, and we tell them what we think, and then they pass it on to whoever's responsible for it, or I don't know, I guess per their own discretion. They just don't bother mentioning it at all if they don't think that it's worth mentioning. But then they mention that it is a thing that we suggest, and then we really never hear anything about it after that. You know, it's just a thing. It's like, okay, they were told that that's a thing that they suggest. I don't know if they agree with it. I don't know if they disagree with it. I don't even know if they heard it. Most of the time, I don't even know if if they were even told. So, yeah. That's the situation I'm in, right? So I technically can tell them things, but I have no idea if it actually gets to them, and it really doesn't make any more of a difference than any of you guys saying things. People think you have a direct line of contact with Plarium and represent them on their problems. Yeah. I mean, I am a physical representation of the game, I think, to them. Right? Someone that they can rant and, you know, express their problems. Same thing with the Mech official moderators, right? Anyone who has a problem with the game, all of a sudden, it's the moderator's fault in the official Discord, right? They get blamed for all kinds of things. They don't work for Plarium. Like, they don't know what's going on, dude. Any more than I do, any more than you do, right? Most of the time. So there's some confidential info going back and forth, but it's usually not anything like... it usually has nothing to do with, like, the inner workings of the game or anything like that. But yeah, so it's like, I think to a large degree, I think people who are upset are just looking for someone to not necessarily blame, but someone to go to that they can express their thoughts toward. And it ends up, even if they don't necessarily mean it to, it can end up coming across as them blaming, you know, accusatory or blaming, pointing fingers, whatever. Sometimes they do legitimately think that, but a lot of times it's just people venting. Which is why I just don't bother replying to any of the comments from people venting their problems. Go ahead, like, so long as you're being respectful about it and you're not using, like, curse words or whatever. I mean, certain language YouTube will automatically filter out and I won't even see it, but other language, most, like, any other, like, foul language is mostly, I have settings on my YouTube channel that will automatically hide those comments, so nobody's gonna see it. I'm not gonna look at it. So yeah, you know, keep it civil, keep it respectful. I don't care what you have to say. If you can't keep it respectful, then like whatever, be gone with you. But yeah, like as long as you're being respectful about it, I don't care. Yeah, I'll let you vent, but you know, I'm not gonna bother responding because what am I gonna say, right? You were in the live matching. Very cool. You've been talking for a long time. I know it's a problem. Well, so usually what happens is, for anybody who's new here, or for anyone who just hasn't really joined any streams lately, what usually happens is I play the game for a while. I do different things. I try my best to not like stop and talk too much, but then toward the end of the stream, because I'm not able to like in order to keep this stream like kind of, in order to keep it rolling, in order to keep matches going, in order to keep it a little bit faster paced, to where it's not like getting super boring, and I'm not just sitting here and eating my hanger talking about which one's better, Podgun 6 or Viper 6, like, so to keep myself from just doing that the entire stream, I don't respond to a lot of the things in chat. So what I like to do at the end of streams is just give everybody like a solid hour, whatever. And we'll go back and forth, and I'll read basically everything that you're saying. And, you know, we'll talk about stuff. And so, yes, when I'm talking for a long time, that usually does mean that I'm going to end soon. Why is chat not showing this on YouTube? I stopped doing that. I stopped doing that for two reasons. The first one was sometimes certain things would get through that I don't really want being shown. If I decide to make the stream into a video of its own, like edit it into a video. And the other thing is, like, again, if I decide to edit it into a video, then, like, it's just kind of distracting. It's kind of an unnecessary thing. And it ends up jumping around a lot as I'm cutting. It's the same reason that, like, you might notice I don't have the game sound on. Like the music. The music's kind of nice. But I always have it off. And excuse me. The reason that I always have it off is because it makes for much smoother cuts between things that I'm saying when I'm recording and stuff. So the music won't, like, the music will cut and whatever, which is kind of an issue that I'm having with the music that I play in the background of my streams, to be fair. So, like, I don't really know what I want to do about that, but I do technically have that issue as well. The new mode's still in testing. It's a new mode, yeah. They have not finalized it yet. I imagine we'll see some pretty significant, hopefully, matchmaking changes pretty soon. Your voice sounds weird. I don't know what you mean by that. Who designed your channel profile picture? Red did. Quite a long time ago. He did a good job. I almost feel like I want to change it at some point, though. Like, I like it. I think it's good. But I almost feel like I feel like it's been that way for a long time. It's kind of due for some kind of change. I don't know what, though. What's my favorite mech in the entire game? I don't know. Probably. Maybe like Blockhorn or Parasite. I really like tank type things. My favorite does kind of like it kind of changes day by day. Yours is Parasite, very cool. Parasite is hilarious, dude. But Blockhorn is so good. Blockhorn is crazy. It is crazy. But anyway, it has been a good long time already. It's probably been like an hour. It's been longer than an hour. It's been like an hour and a half. And most, like, half the viewers have left by now. Most, yeah. And this is why I save it for the end of the stream, because most people actually don't care about the conversation part. They just want to see battles. I was already getting people in the chat. It's like, just play a battle, dude. Yeah, that's why. As opposed to having like mid-stream chat sessions talking about the difference between, you know, like what makes Revoker so strong. We had that conversation. The issue with the mod percent stat groups was another conversation that we had. We had a lot of conversations. And yeah, and so if I did those like halfway during the stream or occasionally during the stream, then I think a lot of people would just like leave halfway throughout. So it's nicer for me to just do this. So it's like anybody who wants to stick around for the, you know, more conversational part of it can. And if they don't care, then they can leave. I don't care. Do you think they'll add a new mech class? I think it'd be cool. I think they should. I don't know if they will, but I think they should. I don't know what it would look like. What do you think it would look like? What do you think it would look like? I wish you could super chat your bro. That's alright. When's my next live? I don't know. I don't really schedule them out. Later on, you get competition for Surge? Yeah. As in, more people start using Surge. Not in any meaningful sense. Of that Surge becomes like harder to use. It's just that other people are also using Surge. And maybe, just maybe, your Surge isn't the best Surge in the lobby. Crazy problem to have, but man, some people just like the stuff that does really well, and they like it because it does really well, and that's perfectly fine. What's so good about Lacewing? It can absolutely abuse certain maps. Most meta weapons cannot reach Lacewing. Stormrack is really difficult to shoot something that's in the air. Revoker is basically impossible to shoot something that's in the air. So if you can get up to a decent spot, then you're kind of chilling. It's an extremely competitive mech. Especially at higher squad powers when you have like mods and stuff to kind of protect you against the occasional guided rocket. And the higher SP you get, the less guided rockets you'll see. There's still like pod gun and strike rocket, but that's about it. You'll see a lot less pod guns. And you won't see like helix rack or anything like that. They do have separate medals for just heals, so a separate class makes sense. For what, healer mechs? They already have a support class. That works perfectly, I think. I think if they're gonna do anything, it'd be like... I don't know. I think it's good. I think it's a good idea to like brainstorm based on general, like class generalizations, right? So I would say attackers, most classes have like, so there's like, I don't know, I'd say there's like 3 major metrics you could use. And that's like speed, HP, firepower. Right? Attackers have medium speed, low HP, high firepower. Scouts have high speed, low HP, medium firepower. So there's a high, medium, and low for both. Tanks have low speed, medium firepower, high HP. So again, high, medium, low, medium, high for all 3 of those. And then supports are kind of just everything is slightly below average. So it's like medium HP, medium firepower, medium speed, or slightly below. Yeah, so supports are kind of like the only ones that kind of like they end. And I feel like that's the reason that most people don't use supports, and the reason that supports aren't very good generally is because they don't specialize in any one specific thing. If you want speed, you'll use a scout. If you want damage, you'll use an attacker. But not always. Obviously, there's like certain. I'm heavily generalizing here, right? One of the highest firepower mechs in the game is Orion. The second highest is Blockhorn. Neither of those are attackers, but I'm generalizing, right? And then if you want survivability, you'll use Aegis. You will not, for any reason, use a support for any of those three major things, unless it's like an outlier support mech specifically. Again, working in generalizations. It doesn't excel in speed, it doesn't excel in firepower, it doesn't excel in HP. So people are less likely to use supports, I think, for that reason. But then, like, if you were to add a fifth one, what would it be, right? There's those three major metrics. You already have all three major combinations, along with the, last combination, which is just kind of half-baked everything. What else would you do? I suppose unless you did something different, because, like, let's say, attackers, right? They have high firepower, low HP, medium speed. You could do an alteration on attackers that's high firepower, medium HP, and low speed, right? And I suppose to that degree, there's something to be said about that. Hemlock shouldn't be a support. There's a lot of things that probably shouldn't be what they are, but the in-game roles don't really matter much anyway. Pink Chunk is that name. Where scouts only 24 energy, not 16 or 32. Some of the scouts have 16s. Mimicker is the only one that has 32. But, and they just mostly have 24 energy. Because like I said, like, from the generalization that I was making, they generally have low HP, medium firepower, high speed, right? So those three classes are more or less balanced by having one high, low, like one high performing stat, one medium performing stat, one low performing stat, of the three major aspects of a mech being speed, HP, and firepower. So all three of those specialize in one, and they're really bad at one, and the other one's just kind of mid. And then supports are just kind of mid at everything. So, yeah. So and that's why the generalizations exist, is because most of the scouts have medium firepower. And that's just it. It just is what it is. I don't know. What's the thought process on not letting you squad for this new mode? Well, they didn't tell me, so I'm not sure why I'd know. "5 hours is crazy. Get some caffeine in that, boy." Oh, you already know I've been doing that, but yeah, 5 hours. Actually, yeah, 5 hours is a bit longer than I planned to do. I didn't really have anything planned, but I will say I can already kind of tell my voice is like not particularly enjoying doing the thing that it's doing right now. Mech Proster, hello. Welcome. Do you think clans will ever mean anything? They did in one... I don't have the link, which is annoying. I probably should save it. They did at one point. There was an interview that they did last year with some... Not like some network, some, like, news thing. I don't know. And then they wrote an article about it, right? And one of the things that they said, that Plarium said about Mech Arena in that article, was that in 2025, in the next year, which is this year, they wanted to focus more on quality of life stuff, player retention. Player retention means making, encouraging people to keep playing rather than just quitting. And clans and game modes and stuff like that. I think they did mention clans specifically. So I do think this year we will see some change to clans, potentially. I don't know. Mimicker is an all-rounder, kind of a class of its own. I mean, a lot of... to a large degree, like, I'm heavily generalizing the... I'm heavily generalizing the like, core aspects, but a lot of, like, which role it belongs to has a lot to do with the ability, and less to do with the, like, actual stats. But it is a general pattern that you see throughout the roles, though, right? You generally see most scouts having medium energy capacity. You generally see most attackers having a low HP. You generally see, well, I mean, tanks have high HP because that's the whole point. But they also have, like, shield abilities. They have abilities that generally match the role that they're in. So, like, yeah, you could make a separate role that is also, like, full of, similar to supports, just like a full average stat across the board, but they have abilities that are more universal. I think Paragon's a decent example of that. It's a more universal mech. It's not good for anything. It's not an attacker. Most attackers are like... It's not an attacker. Most attackers belong in the back lines with guided weapons, I'm not gonna lie. So, I mean, yeah, an argument could be made for what you just said. Prioritize getting pilot for minigun first or storm rack. I'd say whichever one you think needs it. If your storm racks are doing good damage, then I'd go for minigun. Because minigun requires exposure time, storm rack really doesn't. For every second that you're out with minigun, that's probably unless, depending on the mech, I suppose, that's probably a second that you're taking damage. So the higher the damage you can make of the minigun, the less damage that you take in return. Whereas storm rack, like, you can pretty easily just use the radius, just use the burst, take extremely little damage. Whatever damage that you take, you would have taken regardless of the damage of your storm racks. But you do, of course, that is with the caveat of, like, you need to make sure that your storm racks are capable of killing things, right? Because your storm racks have a rather long reload time, unless you have the reload implant. They have a rather long reload time, so if it's not able to kill something, then that's extremely detrimental. You can't afford to use multiple salvos or multiple magazines on one enemy. You need to be able to guarantee that that you get that kill because of such such long reload time. So if your storm racks are kind of suffering in that regard and you're not able to get kills very consistently, then I would definitely go with that. Clans should have rewards. That would be nice. They should also have larger sizes. 30 members for a clan is not very big. They need to focus less on promo links, dude. The special download beginner links actually piss me off. They piss me off, dude. I will never promote those things. It's so stupid. I think for the most part they create those links specifically for the YouTube channel Midgame and the YouTube channel Cobb. I think those guys are like kind of not really they're not like Plarium employees or anything, but they're kind of like they have an agreement with Plarium, I think. And so Plarium makes those links specifically for those channels so that they can have like a little extra thing. But those links piss me off. Cause not only is if you're a new player, right? If you're a new player, then you're getting thrown into the deep end of matchmaking immediately. And I see two ways that can end. If you get a free rank 4 epic mech or a free rank 5 legendary, they give freaking Brickhouse. Rank 5 Brickhouse. Completely new account. You could just use a specific link, get a completely free rank 5 Brickhouse. Or a rank 4 Aegis with Podgun, yes. Exactly like that guy said. Which is super strong meta build, right? So there's two things that are going to happen with that. First off, those new players are going to fight other people who don't have those links, so anyone without those links is absolutely boned, right? And so that's going to cause a lot of new players to quit the game because the matchmaking's so bad. You know, assuming they put those people up against other new players, right? The other scenario, or something that will probably also happen, right? Something that would just happen later, eventually, once the matchmaking eventually evens out to where those people then like actually have to fight competent people on their level, then they're not going to have as many mechs. All of their mechs are going to be way lower rank, and they're going to be matched up against people who have full hangars of those rank 4, rank 5 stuff, so that's going to be really unfair. But even just the fact that you're basically spoiling these people into thinking, like, okay, I'm just going to get, like, all of these easy wins, and then as soon as the matchmaking stops going easy on them, they also are going to quit. The way that I see the download links in essence, and there's really, I can't think of any really any other way of thinking about it, is that they exist not for new players. Which new player uses a download link? None of them. None of them do. You know why? Because you can't find those download links in Mech Arena's promotional material, or in their ads, or anywhere, like, on their... I mean, like, there's, like, a, you know, hidden website, I guess, but it's not a public thing. The only way that you know about them is from Mech Arena content creators, in which case, if you're watching them, you already play the game. Nobody watching Mech Arena doesn't already play the game, right? All of you play Mech Arena, that's why you're here. And so, what I find is that the main goal seems to be to encourage people to scrap their hangars, scrap their accounts, give up their progress in favor of what they hope to be a head start enough to where they can get better results later down the road, and basically just entice players to keep starting new accounts over and over and over and over again with the newest, shiniest link. And the same thing goes with beginner promo codes, by the way. All of, like, oh, I can get this new thing if I just start a new account. And I think that they want to do that because it artificially inflates the number of players that they have. You go to the App Store and there's like, oh, you know, X number of downloads. Like, no, there's not. If everybody makes 3 accounts, then you don't have that many players. You have a third of that number of players. And I think part of what they're trying to do is just artificially inflate those numbers. But it's not good for the game. It's not good for matchmaking. I was completely fine with a free rare mech. I don't care. Even back when it was, like, even back when the rare mechs were more expensive. That's fine. Like, a rare mech is reasonable. Even sometimes they was like EM Rifle 6 or something. It's a rank 4 EM Rifle 6, which is like, it's a little bit egregious. I wouldn't use it personally because it feels kind of like cheating, but, you know, if somebody wants to do it, it's not that big of a deal. But the ones that they're giving out now are ridiculous. Rank 4 8 energy legendary weapons, pod gun. Rank 4 epic mechs, rank 5 legendary mechs. And all you have to do is just download a specific link. You start from scratch, you absolutely dominate everybody, and best case scenario, you ruin other people's matches and make them quit. Worst case scenario, you ruin their matches, make them quit, and then you end up having to fight. You end up with a really bad matchmaking because of the one thing that you have. You end up with really bad matchmaking, and then you get tired of it and also quit. Like, no actual new player is doing that. I think that it's legitimately harmful. And so those links piss me off. And that is why I don't mention them. They should focus more on codes that reward existing players' credit sequence. Well, obviously, yes, I agree with that. But the thing is, like, once again, I don't think their goal is to give players more stuff. Their goal is not to... Their goal is not to reward new players. Their goal is not to make it easier for new players. Their goal is to convince existing players to scrap their progress for the newest, shiniest link that will give them something special. And they want existing players to continue starting over and over and over again, to artificially inflate the number of players that they have in their game. Every promo code should give at least 1,000 A coins. I mean, I kind of disagree with that, but it would be cool, but I'm not going to say that that's necessarily a standard. 1,000 A coins is a lot, right? I'd say 200 is a good minimum. I mean, a promo code shouldn't like actually change your life or anything like that, right? So it's like if you're in tier 3 or tier 4, then 1,000 acorns could easily buy you 2 mechs, 2 rare mechs, right? So it's a little bit much. 500 acorns would be more reasonable. That's for 1 mech with a little extra. But I think like 200 to 300 is probably the sweet spot there. You know, promo codes aren't necessarily, they're not supposed to be the one thing that everybody's looking forward to, the absolute lifeblood of the player base, right? It's supposed to be just like, just a little extra thing. It's not supposed to be your main source of income. New players don't even know promo codes exist. Just go to global chat. You'll get somebody asking for a new promo code, asking if there's a new promo code every 30 seconds. Let's check. Oh, how about that? I didn't see that in the... I swear to you. I did not see that there. It's just a gander. It's just a gamble, but look, I know what my odds are. My odds are good on that one. Your device is gonna die or 3... Okay, bye-bye. Take care. Trying to reach the 6. I'm not trying to do anything. I'm just talking about different things. And there's certain things that I have. I'm going to decline that. And I'm not going to accept it if you send it again. The more annoying you are, the less likely I am to pay attention to you. But, yeah, I don't know. I have a lot to say about certain things. And when you ask me about it, sometimes I'll just tell you what I think. I'm glad that somebody talked about the promo links, though. Or the download links. Because those piss me off, and I've never actually had the opportunity to, like, fully express why I think those are not good for the game, and why those are actually, like, really annoying to me. Because from the outset, it seems like, oh, that's great. I as a player can just start a new account, get something really cool. I might just do that. But that's the whole point, is to encourage you to scrap all of your progress and start from scratch. You're ultimately not better off doing that. For most players, you're better off just continuing the account that you have, as opposed to, you know, starting from scratch and hoping that the boost that you get will last long enough and be large enough to where, you know, 6 months from now, you'll be further ahead in that new account than you would be on your existing account. Most of the time, that's not the case. Stop yapping and start a game. How about... No. I'm gonna time you out, but only because I'm about to stop the stream pretty soon anyway. I'm only talking because that's what I like to do. I like to have conversations with you guys, you know, answer your questions, kind of go back and forth, talk about different stuff. I don't have the opportunity to necessarily do that a whole lot during the stream because I like to try to, you know, keep it more interesting. But I like to take a little bit to like actually pay full attention to what the chat's saying. I used to like do that, like I used to have like a stream where it's like every month or so I'd have like some pre-recorded gameplay in the background or something. And then I'd just spend the entire stream just like talking about stuff. But those streams were kind of tedious, and I kind of like it better this way. We're just like, yeah, if there's something interesting to talk about, then we talk about something interesting. And it's hard to like schedule that, right? If nobody's talking about anything interesting, I'll just stop the stream. I would have stopped the stream like 2 hours ago. What would I get first, Panther or Orion? Well, I did get Orion first. I got both of them, but I got Orion first. I just recently got Panther, so that is what I would do. I watched Planet of the Apes? Nah. I don't really watch movies, to be honest. I recently went back to watch, like, some of the old Transformers movies. Not for any reason outside of just that, like, I'm a big mech / robot fan, so it's just really cool to see those, like, graphics and see the way that they're made, the way that they're built. It's just kind of entertaining. But that's about it. Like, I don't really watch movies otherwise. I don't even really watch shows. But I don't feel like anybody really does anymore. Like, who here legitimately watches movies? Like on the regular, or TV shows or anything. I feel like everybody these days just watches YouTube. It's kind of just like, if you want a longer video, you can go find you a longer video. You know? But also, to be fair, when I'm watching stuff, it's mostly just to chill. Like, I'm not looking to, like, pay special attention or anything like that. Just, like, absolute brain dead entertainment. People might think that I watch, like, a lot of, like, technical, like, sciencey or math-related stuff. I do watch... Okay, I will say I do watch it. But that's not mostly what I watch. I mostly just watch random stuff just to kind of take my mind off things and just chill. I watch movies from shorts. They basically give away the plot. That's crazy. Pablo. That's the movie we all deserve, yeah. You watch TV shows, or what do you watch? If it's anime, I'm freaking ending this stream right now, dude. And movies are farm? Stranger Things is a good TV show. I watched the first season. I don't think I watched any further than that. A lot of the times, the further you go in the seasons, the worse it gets. And also, I feel like movies and TV shows in general, like the more recent releases, they've been kind of crap. Like, you'd be hard pressed to find a studio that actually seems like they're trying anymore. Educational. Nah, most of the time I'm not really looking to learn anything. If I'm watching you, I'm just chilling. I'm not really looking to learn anything. But sometimes I will lock in and watch some very interesting, mostly math-related stuff. But yeah, I don't know. Also, a thing that I really don't like about movies specifically. I don't know about anybody else, but I watch stuff. I don't watch with my headphones on. You might think that I do, but I don't. I just watch it normally on my phone, right? But I always have the volume pretty low because I don't like disturbing people. Anybody that might be... There's really nobody really around, but it's like... It's really annoying when people are watching stuff really loud, so I always am hyper aware about whether or not people can hear what I'm watching. And so I just I like to not disturb people. And so I always have it like sort of low volume, but then movies, I'm sorry, movies, like, they're half of it is so quiet you have to turn up the volume constantly, and then the other half of it, all of a sudden, blaring music, extremely loud explosions, and I have to turn down the volume. And so just like throughout the movie, I'm constantly going back and forth, turning up the volume, turning down the volume. Because I'm trying to make it loud enough to where I can hear it, but quiet enough to where I'm not disturbing anyone. You fell asleep to Veritasium videos. That's fair. If I'm gonna watch one of those, though, I do kind of want to like lock in and not fall asleep, because otherwise I'll forget everything. But I do usually fall asleep watching random stuff. Who gifted you that membership? It was either... It was either Saint Sinner, Skip to My Lou, or me. There was a collective 11 memberships gifted, so I do not know, or I should say I do not remember who it was that gave it to you specifically. Are you a movie with snacks person? I do like to have snacks while I'm watching stuff, yes. In fact, like I'm just watching YouTube on my phone whenever I'm eating dinner or whatever. I'm just chilling. I cannot stand, like, it would be depressing for me to eat a meal without YouTube, and I know how bad that sounds. Really shows that I'm Gen Z. Almost love everything in 15 minutes. I do eat, like, I'm not like overweight. Clearly, my metabolism is crazy, bro. But I do eat very fast, probably faster than I should. But it's hard not to. It's good, bro. Touch grass. I'll have to later. I would say that I did, but I didn't, cause outside is not very nice today, or this morning, I should say. A lot of times I try to get up at around 4:30 and then like go for a walk, cause it's nice to go walk around outside. I like kind of go downtown, from where I'm at, and it's nice to do that while like nobody's out walking around. It's kind of dark. It's like the air is like it's not like super sunny or hot out and you're not sweating or anything. It's just like nice chilly air. It's good. It's a good time. Imagine eating dinner while looking at your food. Like, what, bro? I know. It's so... Bruh. It's so 2015, dude. That is so 10 years ago. You sleep at 4 a.m. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, sometimes I do that too. My sleep schedule is not always great. I used to be up like really late and then wake up at like noon pretty much every day. I don't know, it's like there's a specific feeling. Like technically it's the same amount of time that you're awake for, right? And you sleep for the same amount of time or whatever. So it's like there's not so much of a difference there technically, but there's something different about waking up early in the morning versus waking up later in the day, regardless of how much sleep you get. Anyone who's done it knows. Consuming more screen time than actual food is very healthy. Highly recommend. Okay, but like how much food is equivalent to 90 minutes of screen time? 90 minutes of food? Like, you don't measure food in minutes, so I feel like I can use whatever I want. I can convert calories into hours if I really want to. Okay, I feel like this is the end of interesting conversation. I'm probably gonna, I don't know. It's kind of funny though. It feels much longer when you wake up early. Yeah, exactly. There's just something really satisfying about it. I feel like you always feel tired. Like you feel a lot more tired when you wake up late, even if you stay up really late, right? You feel a lot more tired. And then you end up, I feel like you feel more awake in like during the night, like when it's like getting really, really late, it's like 3 a.m. and you're like, damn, I don't really, like, I'm not really tired, but then you have to go to sleep anyway, because like otherwise you're not going to get any sleep, which sometimes does happen to me. But like at that point, yeah, you feel more awake by the end of the day, and then you only sleep because you need to. I don't know, it's just fine. I work in IT, so I'm a permanent night owl. That's fair. There is something very nice about being a night owl, though. It's because anytime you want to do anything, guess what? It's dark out. You don't have to deal with people. There's something very, nice and calm about it. Haven't woke up in the morning in years. That's so sad. But I feel you. I feel you. I've been like that too. What are your thoughts on the Hornet weapon? Hornet's like easily bottom 5 legendary weapons. It's like one of the worst things that they've come out with. Imagine sleeping. That's so last night. This is true. I try not to. I try not to, but it happens anyway, dude. In fact, I was prescribed this medicine. It's supposed to keep me from sleeping, but it doesn't, dude. I don't know, maybe I overdose. I try it, but almost every day I end up doing it anyway. It's a tough thing to admit. You're not on the powder, not every day. That's fair. That's fair. Do you save the weekends? It's just 5 days, only on weekdays. Bots seem to have fun with the Hornet. Yeah, well, bots are dumb. They'll have fun with anything. Anyway, that's gonna be it. When you were in college, you lived on Red Bull. I'm so glad that I find Red Bull to be absolutely nasty. Because it's like 3 times the cost of Monster, dude. Imagine if I was a Red Bull person. I would be in, like, yeah. I'd be even worse off than I am already. Monster is mid. You're mid. How about that? Get out of here. See you go ham on them takes me back. That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, eventually I'm not gonna be able to do it either. Red Bull is not good for you. I mean, yeah, neither's Monster, dude. Like, I think they're pretty equivalent. You were lucky because your cousin worked for it? Oh, that's nice. Did you get a discount or something? That's kind of cool. Why drink if they're bad for you? I don't know, dude. Why do you get sick? Why do you breathe air? Like, I don't think there's anything, like, I highly doubt that there's anything that you consume that is not at least moderately bad for you. It's not a matter of whether or not it is, it's a matter of how much. Hello, diabetes. 2 fridges full of Red Bull, that's crazy. Breathing air is supposed to be good for you, yeah, but sometimes you breathe in a bad thing. So how about that? Anyway, I am going to stop the stream, yeah, because it's been like 5 hours, and 2 of those hours were literally be talking about nothing. Or something, depending on who you are. Maybe you thought it was interesting, I have no idea. "30 minutes in a stream talking about what the stream is about? Well, look. Somebody's gotta do it, and if not me, it would have to be you. So you're welcome. Anyway, I am gonna head out. I don't really have any other streams planned, so I have no idea when the next one's gonna be. But hopefully it's gonna be at some point. You'll see something from me at some point eventually, probably. I don't know. But anyway, yeah. Appreciate y'all for stopping by. Take care.